Good morning, everybody. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. My name is Jim Cagnina. I am Senior Market Strategist, and I am joined by our Senior Economist, Tracy Shuchart, aka Shy Girl. Good morning, Tracy. How are you?
All right. Good morning, all.
And we also have Macro Strategist Extraordinaire, Craig Shapiro. Craig, good morning. How you doing, man?
All right, Jim. Good morning.
All right. Well, we have a lot of news overnight, Tracy. So let's just start off with that.
Right. So this morning we had a challenger job cuts this morning, which was a huge number. So U.S. companies announced the most job cuts for any October in more than 2 decades, as artificial intelligence reshapes industries and cost-cutting accelerates. So companies last month announced approximately just over 153,000 job cuts, nearly triple that number during that same month last year. It's the most since October 2003, when the advent of cell phones was similarly disruptive to the telecom industry as the AI is to the tech industry. So kind of no matter how you slice it, the year-to-date job cuts have exceeded 1 million, which is the most since the pandemic. So we had kind of gold up on that bond, slightly up on that on hopes of a rate cut, and chances of a December rate cut also went up a little bit on that. And sort of any data we get on the employment front whatsoever is going to be highly important and probably more impactful than normally it would be because of the lack of BLS data. Then we have this is the best story ever. OpenAI seeks government backing to boost AI investments. So they want federal loan guarantees, essentially, in case they default. And then it's the government's problem. And we've talked about this company before with their 1.2 trillion with a T spend and only 13 billion with a B in profits. So I think it's really interesting. They now want the federal government to basically backstop them in case they default. I don't know, you guys. It's getting a little out of control.
Could I get a backstop here in Charleston? I just would like a backstop.
Right. Then we have, we talk about this kind of this K-shaped economy. Greg, we've talked about this a lot on the show, and we're seeing executives from companies like Chipotle and Hilton and Ethan Allen all cited trends that kind of the richest 10% of households are fueling nearly half of total U.S. spending, thanks to the stock market surge that has boosted wealth and propelled economic output this year. However, meanwhile, the lower income families are pulling back in the face of tight budgets, still high living costs, and a raft of corporate layoffs. So our K-shaped economy is getting wonkier. Moving on, there was a big to-do kind of yesterday throughout the day, and on Twitter, the media was saying that Donald Trump is eyeing the prize of Venezuelan oil, and he's going to go in and he's going to kick Maduro out and seize the oil field, et cetera. But, this is was all hearsay and unsubstantiated and kind of rebuked today as President Trump expressed reservations to top aides about launching military action to oust Venezuelan President Maduro, fearing the strikes might not compel the autocrat to step down, according to U.S. officials. And then we had Representative Jim Hines from Connecticut said the press is far more convinced that the United States is going to attack Venezuela in some way than the administration actually is. He said, I continue to be pretty bearish on the notion that we're going to get militarily involved in Latin America. So there is that. But then we have the U.S. is going to cut 10% of flights on the shutdown. that is going to start on Friday. So that'll be 10% on the top high volume markets across the country. So, Dallas, Atlanta, New York, etc. The changes start again this Friday, but it will only be for domestic flights. International flights are kind of spared from this cutting of flights. So if you are traveling after Friday, it might be a little messy. And finally, last but not least, just because I thought it was very interesting, in markets across the U.S., home builders are sitting on so much unsold inventory, and they are subsidizing mortgage rates so heavily, they're going to match the record lows last seen during the COVID-19 pandemic. So basically, they're saying if you want to pay $2,000 a month on a brand new 4-bedroom home and have a 2% rate, you can actually find that now, as crazy as that seems. The caveat being it has to be a new build and a builder that is literally sitting on too much inventory. So there you go. That is your news for this morning.
Wow, that is real quick, Shai. The Challenger job report that tracks actual jobs that are eliminated at companies, not necessarily employees that are cut, or I have that backward.
Job cuts, total job cuts. So if they are not if you're fired, but if you are cutting personnel for whatever reason.
Yeah. Anyway, so this AI thing is not going away. I know we've been talking about it a lot. And, even in the news this morning, there is, Apple is talking with Google AI to power, hey, Siri, how do I get to grandma's house? And it kind of reminds me, and Craig, it kind of reminds me of the late 1990s where there's browser wars, right? We had Netscape, we had Mosaic, we had, Internet Explorer. Which one's going to win? Who's going to partner with what? It seems like there's a lot of similarities going on right now to see who the winner is going to be.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of similarities to this late 90s, early 2000s dynamic. And what you have now is you have a real competitor who's trying to, eat into the margins of search and eat into some of the super profits that, some of the Mag 7 companies have built, these moats that they've built. And OpenAI is that competitor. And they're, partnering with a variety of the companies. They're also, looking to now maybe partner with the government in some capacity. So, but look, the AI story is not going anywhere. But the narrative is shifting a bit from it being internally funded from free cash flow generation at these companies to increasingly being more debt financed. And so that has profound implications for credit markets, for the ability of non-AI borrowers to attract capital, right? If we're going to start lending money to data centers at high rates of return, well, what does that mean for commercial real estate? What does it mean for mortgages? What does it mean for small business lending, right? So we're going to see a little bit more of a crowding out impact on the non-AI parts of the economy, which I think is just going to exacerbate this divergence and dichotomy we've been talking about for such a long time here about this K-shaped economy where the AI-related sectors are doing incredibly well and really everything else is flat to slowing. And so that dynamic is something the Fed is struggling with. I think the administration, I don't know if they're struggling with it, but we saw with the election results on Tuesday that the public is struggling with it, right? I mean, the focus of the administration on AI CapEx clearly didn't translate into polling success and election success on Tuesday with the elections in New York and Virginia and New Jersey and in California. So the administration has an issue here, and Trump talked about it a little bit yesterday. I think we'll hear more about it in the coming days with respect to opening the government, with respect to affordability, and will they have some plans to try to take a little bit from the stock market and give to the rest of the economy. I mean, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, midterms next year are going to be brutal. But how does AI really affect the consumer or us guys? I know, I literally ask it to spell check stuff. Paulie's in the chat saying, I use it to shop now, which means he's kind of using it to replace his browser, right? He's using it to shop, looking for good deals, which is, I haven't thought of that. It's a great idea, Paulie. I'm going to start doing that. But will there be a real impact on the end users like us guys?
Yeah, I mean, I use it in my daily life. I think everyone, increasingly will be using it to become more productive and to, shop for deals or various other things. And certainly companies are going to be using it more for productivity enhancement and margin enhancement. And so, look, AI is replacing a lot of things that humans used to do in a lot of ways, particularly white collar workers. And so that's the dynamic I think you're seeing. And that's what the Challenger numbers this morning gave specific reference to. Some of these layoffs are being directly attributable to the future of AI and the ability of companies to get more with less employees. And so the question is the revenue model, right? Will the revenue model for these companies be robust enough in order to justify all the CapEx spending and all the growth? And then with respect to the consumer, I mean, the cost of build out is draining resources, right? It's draining power, it's draining water usage, it's bringing a rise to utility bills and higher inflation. And so from a societal impact, is this a good thing or a bad thing? I mean, clearly the country is moving in the direction where it believes this is a good thing, but more and more people are saying, exactly your question. How is this really good for me? What is the benefit to me versus the incremental cost that I feel like I have to pay for my higher utility bills?
Yeah. Shai, what's your experience so far with it?
So yeah, I mean, I think that I think the industry as a whole, you have several key big players. I think that it's kind of gone from sort of like this nonprofit ideological, I can't say that word, thing to now it's just sucking in sort of everything, and every company wants you to only subscribe to theirs. You can't like cross use it. You can't, you have to, so it's kind of just become this money machine, this sucking machine that's sucking everything up. As far as resources and power and everything hinges on it in the stock market. And so I think at some point, again, and I keep talking about this, investors are going to want to see some return on investment with all of this capital spend, right? And they're, at some point, something's going to break there as far as investor confidence in these companies.
Yeah. I put a piece out on this also. I put a piece out on this earlier this week just about AI. Before it, let's say, eats the labor market, it's going to eat the capital markets, right? It's basically, going to start starving the rest of the economy for money. You're trying to, OpenAI's got $1.2 trillion of commitments and, a couple $1 trillion of CapEx build out across the Mag 7. I mean, it's going to take a lot, and that's in the course of the next few years. So, think about the companies that need capital, companies that refinance during COVID at low rates that are looking to come to the window to refinance their 5 and 7 year paper in the next couple of years. Cost of capital is going to be rising for anything that is away from AI, and so. I don't know. The administration clearly has bought this narrative hook, line, and sinker, right? We know
we have to compete with China.
Yeah, and the headlines are daily. The CEOs are in and out of the White House, every other week, and the government has made it, has gone kind of all in here. The first pushback is, I think happened on Tuesday though. The public is not. So happy with the dynamics here in play from the administration. And you saw that in some of these early elections. Now it looks like polling data for Democrats to take over the House of Representatives have spiked to the highs, spiked above 70% chance of Democrats taking over the House in 2026, right? So, Trump typically does a good job of pivoting when the polling data moves so aversely against him. We'll see. It's starting to move the wrong direction.
Yeah. So, Shai, we were talking about this earlier when we were our pre-show powwow about, when the government does open, we have all this data in October that a lot of it hasn't been collected. Will we just skip it in a lot of instances? There'll be a data gap there, or will they go back and try to manufacture it?
Well, I think a lot of data will be just skipped. We just won't have it for that month because there's literally nobody there to collect the data, and they're not going to go back. A lot of these data, they're all surveys. So you can't really go back and survey people from what happened in October, in December. People aren't, you know what I mean? Yeah. So I think we're going to have holes in a lot of this data.
Yeah, when I'm thinking about this, and we, went to MBA school, and they taught us that the markets are efficient. The market efficiency theory, if you believe it, I don't know, but um, are we more efficient now without the data noise, or are we starving for data to become efficient again in all of our asset classes? I'll ask both of you guys. We could start with you, Craig.
Um, Look, I think the government data is, has its flaws. It's, but it's a baseline that many people use. But importantly, it's a baseline that the Fed uses, right? And so, with respect to setting monetary policy,
Yeah.
the Fed's, is a bit flying blind here. But look, I think what we're learning is that, the government's been shut down now for 5 weeks, and not many people have really missed that much of a beat. I mean, we'll see now in the coming days and weeks if the airports start to shut, and then there'll be more, there'll be more consumer annoyance by this. But with respect to the data collection, I think ADP's done a good job with the labor data. I think we can, and private sector has its own data and invests accordingly. But to the extent that the lack of data is impacting the Fed's ability to really get a read on the economy and set monetary policy, then I think that is a little bit of a concern. But they'll just skip October data. We'll go right back to November data, and I think what we'll learn is that the pace of economic deterioration, particularly in the labor market, through September and October and into November is getting worse. I mean, you can see from these challenger numbers, and the ADP numbers are not all that robust, and that's private sector. We know the government sector is has been contracting. So I think there's some weakness that's being buried here that will come to light once the government reopens.
Yeah, Shai, what do you think about that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think there's a lot that can be gleaned from sort of this alternative data, such as ADP, such as job cuts. There are state level numbers that you can still get. So I think, it's just you have to piece it together. And I have problems with BLS anyway, altogether on their labor data, as anybody should question it when you have, a million revision. When we just had that revision in September, their yearly revision was, 900 and something thousand jobs that, didn't exist that they said existed. So I think there's a lot of flaws in their birth death model and how it's collected. And so honestly, I think there is better data out there. But of course, the Fed is dependent on the government data.
All right, I'm going to submit a petition to get rid of the BLS entirely. We don't need it. Shai said it's no good. We're going to dump it. Let's pivot over to the Bitcoin for a second. The CME's micro Bitcoin now is at about 130,500 right now. We're kind of establishing a new consolidation range over the last couple of days. I don't know if it's going to continue or not, but really interesting commercial I saw on Bloomberg Surveillance this morning when I woke up. It was a commercial for a Visa card that instead of paying you points, pays you in crypto. And for a second there, I thought I wasn't listening to the commercial right. But that's what it was. I mean, Craig, is this phenomenon another step toward legitimizing or hitting another tent post in to the crypto framework?
Yeah, this is something that's been going on for the last couple of years. There's a couple other companies that have have done this before, but to see Visa do it and to see MasterCard really and the big banks sort of embracing Bitcoin technology a bit more. I mean, even Secretary Bessent, I think last week, was talking up the benefits of Bitcoin, tweeted something out about Bitcoin. So clearly this is it's in the narrative here. And I think what we know is that the government is looking at Bitcoin as a helpful solution for it with respect to stable coins and the dynamics that they're trying to incorporate there and leading to more demand for treasury bills. And so this interplay between stable coins and Bitcoin and T-bills are something the government's focused on. But look, I think Bitcoin is here to stay. I mean, the question is, what's wrong with the price right now? I mean, we're in this kind of 6-month consolidation pattern. We're at the low end of the range here with liquidity coming out. The chart doesn't look particularly good despite all the buying from corporates, despite the buying from institutional investors. I saw there was some decent sized net redemptions from IBIT earlier this week. And so, when asset classes start to trade sideways and don't work, you start to see some, could get some of those outflows. And so I think this is a bit of a tell here on a deteriorating liquidity dynamic in play across crypto. I think usually has some foreboding implications for the rest of risk assets, but we'll see. This is typically also a pretty seasonally strong period for Bitcoin and for equities. But look, I think the structural dynamics for Bitcoin are in play, but definitely still some big overhead supplies that are being dealt with.
Yeah. I mean, Shai, Music City Trader said there's NFL players now getting part of their compensation in Bitcoin. Are you ready? Are you ready to get yours?
Yeah, no. But I know that was a big thing that NFL players are. And, I think when those first contracts went out, I forgot who it was, but, Bitcoin was around 50,000 at that point. So probably done pretty well for him.
The mayor of Miami gets paid in Bitcoin.
So, I think really where we're going to see problems are some of these crazy companies like Bitmine, Peter Thiel and Tom Lees, where, they modeled their product after Michael Saylor's product. And so right now they're sitting on, 1.3 billion in paper losses because their average price of Ether was 3,900 and we're sitting. So I think, if we start to see some flows out and we start to see these prices pull back heavily, what's going to be in trouble is people that these ETFs and these products that were kind of late to start, where their costs are much higher than the current price that's trading. And that's going to force liquidations as well.
Okay. Before we get to final thoughts from Craig, Shai, tell us about our special macro guest today.
Yep, we have Brent, a.k.a. Blacklion. I followed him forever on Twitter. He is a huge student of the Federal Reserve, so we're going to talk to him about what's really going on there, funding costs, etc. He is also a trader. He's been a portfolio manager. We're going to talk to him about the energy markets. He used to talk about the energy markets a lot more, but I know that he's involved in them, and so we got a lot to talk to him about this morning.
Yeah, that's awesome. We got to talk about heating oil. It's like it's ripping right now. Again, another day of that. But we'll get to that in a second. Craig, so going into, we're going into the week. We have the dollar kind of pulling back a little bit. Bonds are stuck in the mud, although they're trying to inch their way up a little bit this morning with not much success. What's the challenge there with the U.S. dollar and the treasuries?
Yeah, yesterday was a decent move for treasuries. Reasonable sell-off on back of stronger data from ADP, from ISM Services. There was the commentary from the Treasury refunding announcement that they're looking at possibly increasing coupon supply maybe next year. And then you had the Supreme Court hearings, which really didn't go in the direction I think Trump was looking for. I mean, there's definitely a lot of pushback from really both sides of the court about the legality of the tariffs. And so I know the odds of the Supreme Court overruling the tariffs moved, in a decent way. And it seems like a pretty much a foregone conclusion at this point. And obviously, we'll see what happens. We don't expect to hear from the court really for another month or 6 weeks, could be longer. The government will respond to that. They'll find other things to do, other ways to tariff. But it seemed like the bond market got a little bit spooked by that dynamic, and the dollar rallied is on back of that too. I think this morning a little bit of a check back, some of the weaker data from Challenger. Just a reminder that this is a two-speed economy, right? The AI part of the economy doing incredibly well, the rest of the economy not doing as well. And so bonds are kind of a bit stuck in that regard, and maybe the dollar, which is has rallied over the course of the last several weeks, as we pointed out. A little bit of check back makes a little sense. There was some BOE news this morning about rates, which strengthened the pound. But I think we're just kind of in a little bit of a wait and see period here. Not really much going on macro wise today. 6 Fed speakers though, so there's always a chance for some headline fireworks.
Yeah. No, for sure, for sure. All right. So great start to the morning. Appreciate everyone's intel. Craig, I will talk to you later on, and have a great day.
Sounds good. Thanks, Jim.
All right, we're going to do a quick edge report right now, and we'll get to our special macro guest. We'll get to Brent Blacklion in a second. Here's the Bitcoin, the micro Bitcoin chart I talked about earlier today. And, again, I'm trying to measure this high to low peak here is at 22.1%. I'm going to bring it back up because we've got a little bit more upside over the last 2 days, 18.46% sell off from peak to where we're at right now, give approximately. So here's the consolidation range I'm talking about. 106, we'll just call it 106,300 on the downside. And we've seen buyers here before, just south of that 100,000 level. So the micro Bitcoin now is it almost seems like it's readjusted and it's in a new paradigm level right now. Anything could happen. We have a baby candle so far, inside bar by all measures, and not that much movement. Volume-wise, we did about 24,000 so far, which a little bit light. As a matter of fact, we're a little bit light on volume across the board. If you just kind of peek at the E-mini S&P, and I use that as my benchmark, kind of like, how active are traders in the Globex session overnight? 137,000, not a huge amount. I mean, it's not holiday level stuff, but still not that much so far going into the session. Intraday on the Bitcoin, we have a really nice volume profile, almost picture perfect, Gaussian distribution, bell shape with the point of control right in the middle. That's approximately at 103.550. We do have a little bit of a move afoot. We've been below that VWAP even before the London initial balance and all the way up to this 30-minute candle. So we're getting a little bit of a bid. We have a couple targets up on the top, including that 0 DTE high vol level at 105,020. And then above that, we got JAX 4, and that's tracking in a blind spot there. So there's two areas of interest from MenthorQ, 105,500, give or take, and then JAX 2 up at 106,000. On the downside, should things go bad, the pivot's kind of defining the bottom of the conversation, and then we have a blind spot 2 at 102,400. Should we make new lows? The one-day min is at 101,400. We're going to talk about the E-mini S&P and NASI in a couple of minutes here with Farm. So we're going to skip over to heating oil because this market is really, really important. I've been talking about this for months now. And by the way, we do have Farm. We have Tanja trades coming up a little bit later. We have Stowe. And then this afternoon, we have Leo and Stowe again. So Stowe's doing double time. Here's that heating oil. And think about, this is the supply chain chart for me, right? We're talking about shipping. We're talking about trucking. We're talking about train, rail. And all of these things are powered by ultra low sulfur diesel. That's what the heating oil contract is. And we've got a huge, huge kind of move up here right now. We broke through this double top here that we saw at 2.4189. And then we broke through this other, I guess, another higher level that we had some resistance way back at the beginning of July. We broke through that. We're at 2.51 right now. Yeah, there's targets on the upside as well. If you go back further on, that January 17th high close, that's that blue line I have right there, 2.64. So this is a very bullish kind of move. There's no candle at the top of this thing. Right now. There's no wick, I'm sorry, at the top of the of this contemporary candle. Moving averages are just streaking up pretty strongly here as well. So this is my commodity of choice to look at today and for the next couple of days. Eventually, this will settle down. Of course, all these markets settle down. Eventually, I'm going to be looking for that turnaround doji, but we are not there yet. Let's shoot over to gold. Gold is above that 4,000 level on the futures that we talked about time and time again, and my data will pop in here in a second. The gold market. This is a really nice retracement, actually. And, it's a pretty sticky retracement. We have kind of a nice area of support forming around 3940-ish, give or take, where my crosshairs is right now. I have a range kind of highlighted there. Top part of it's 40.59 as we kind of consolidate sideways, right? That's what we're doing for the last, 7, 8, 9 sessions. Gold right now is down from its peak about 8.47%. So, we talk about markets, and I'm not going to use the word corrections because I hate the word corrections. The markets are never incorrect. Pullbacks, retracements. This is kind of textbook. So I'm not too worried about it. A lot of folks are still bullish here, and we'll see if we get a breakout either way. The moving averages are tangled in love. I mean, look at this 8 and 21; they're all pretty tight, and then we have some pretty nice. We have some distance between the 50 EMA. Intraday, really quickly here, and we'll get to our main event in a second. That one-day min, I'm going to keep my eye on that one-day min, MenthorQ. Should we break out to the upside? 40.38. That's my target. Right now, the London initial balance high is kind of holding. Yeah, we tried to test it, I don't know, about 6:30 to 7 o'clock in the morning. Failed. On the downside, though, look for those call resistance levels. That's at 40,000. I know, nice even number, but look for that, and below that is HVL. The bottom of the conversation is defined by the pivot and that 0 DTE high vol level at 39.70. That is this morning's Edge Report, and it's time for our special guest. Whew, what a morning, Shy. I got to tell you, I was a late adopter to X, and when the first 2 people I followed on X, I think was the first 2, maybe within the top, 10, whatever, was you. I'm not just saying that to suck up. And our next guest, Brent. I'm not kidding you. And so when you got Brent on, I was like, oh, this is awesome. So let's get him in here. Let's stop messing around. Good morning, Brent. Nice to meet you. Thank you for being here.
Jim, good morning. What a treat to be on with you and one of my longtime heroes.
She's my long-time hero too. And imagine my surprise when when management here at NinjaTrader tapped me on the shoulder and said, "Hey Jim, guess who we just got?" And I'm like, "Who?" She's like, "She like Shy Girl." I'm like, "Wow, my life just got a lot better."
Yeah, indeed. I mean, she is an absolute legend on X. Love the diversity of the market she covers, how interactive she is. There's a lot of people that get on X that X is social media. A lot of people think it's just media. All they do is broadcast. Always been very appreciative of her interactivity, and also occasionally breaking it up with some of her fabulous cooking posts and kind of lightening the mood on a place that's become rather heavy of late.
Yeah, yeah. So I know you talk about and write about the Fed and the banking system a lot as well. I think on your recent blog post, you were talking a little bit about bank reserves, maybe are they abundant? Are they adequate? Where are they at on your scale? Talk about that for a second.
Well, yeah, I start all of my macro research. I use kind of a top-down approach, and the top of the approach where I begin is always the Fed. That doesn't mean I'm happy about that. Doesn't mean I think it's the way our society ought to be structured, but that's just the reality we live in. And I'm not here to make society better. I'm actually here to make a profit for the firm. So yeah, a big thing that's going on right now is we've operated since COVID basically in an abundant reserve regime. At some point we are going to shift over into an ample reserve regime. And knowing when that transitions from abundant to ample is going to be a little bit like sighting bubbles. We'll probably only know the exact line of demarcation when we're looking in the rearview mirror. But kind of depending on the measures you use and who you talk to, we're kind of right at that borderline right now. And I think that was one of the things that prompted the FOMC to NQT at their last meeting.
And everybody's talking about right now how, funding market volatility kind of has returned. It hasn't, as excess reserves kind of vanish. How does this affect the overall markets, and how serious is it right now?
Well, let me answer your last question first. How serious is it? It's something to keep an eye on. It's something we monitor. There is nothing anywhere in the funding markets right now that indicate anything that would be reasonable to deem a crisis. A lot of people want to go to flashbacks of September 2019 and what was it, the repocalypse. Nothing, nothing at all indicating that. Yes, reserves are, as the Fed has run QT, reserves have gotten reduced. The federal budget deficit and the national debt has expanded. We're now north of 38 trillion. That increases the amount of securities that need to be funded and financed. Overnight now, the volume in the SOFR market is, I used to joke and make a big deal out of getting it over 3 trillion. It's over 3 trillion every night now. So the plumbing has to work. Okay, just the ability for that debt to be funded and managed, it has to work. It has to work seamlessly. And yes, we are seeing a little bit of volatility in the rates, but it's important to understand where the volatility in the rates is occurring. It's occurring around certain events, one of which is always month end. Banks tend to withdraw some of their capital from the overnight funding markets just to kind of rework their balance sheet a little bit for regulatory purposes. If you reduce the supply of funding and you have the same amount of demand, obviously the price of that funding is going to go up. Some other things, and this is a little bit of a point of contention. I actually had a very good conversation at the Dallas Fed last week in person about this. Is around the 15th of the month, particularly quarterly, 15th, September 15th being the biggest one, are corporate tax payments. But what we're also now seeing is during certain treasury settlements, regardless of whether it's coupon settlements or treasury bill settlements, we're beginning to see these overnight rates increase. Again, this isn't a crisis, but it's just endemic of the fact that the amount of debt we have to finance is increasing and the supply of reserves to do it with is gradually decreasing and now should hopefully flatline. So it's something we keep an eye on. The impact on the market is just that it's going to have to be closely managed by the Fed. They have the facilities in place, specifically the standing repo facility operated by the New York Fed that has both a morning and an afternoon window that's open for funding, that's going to prevent having another crisis situation like September 2019. But this will have some implications going forward on how the Fed manages its balance sheet to continue this funding.
Brent, a lot of businesses and a lot of individuals they borrow at SOFR plus, and how variable could SOFR be from Fed funds through this volatility?
I think it's hugely volatile, and especially here if you go back, Jim, and look at the last 45 days, really where this really started to become central was the middle of September when we had the mid-September corporate tax day. We are now starting to see the way the Fed just a very rough back of the envelope. When Chair Powell steps to the mic, at the FOMC presser, they've issued a statement that says, the target Fed funds rate 375 bips to 400 bips. The way they're actually setting that is the floor of that is set with the reverse repo facility. So that's where the 3.75% comes in. The upper bound of that, the 4%, is the standing repo facility. And so the goal is to use those along with interest on the reserve balances to maintain these overnight funding rates within that range. We've had several instances now, if you go back the last 45 days, where SOFR, which is a derivative rate, it's actually set a day in arrears. So like when they set SOFR, they just set it this morning. That's actually based on yesterday's trading. SOFR has actually been set several days above the Fed's upper range. Yeah. And to your point, Jim, you're correct. A lot of short-term funding will be based on, hey, we're going to fund this short-term line of credit. It's SOFR plus so many basis points. A lot of that depends on, when is it set. If it says, hey, SOFR on the last day of the month, then that could definitely be higher. But most of them are used some kind of average or something. That's a great question, Jim.
Yeah. Thank you.
And then I had a question. So we know that QT is going to start, right? And in December, the Fed has also talked about, running off their MBS, which mortgage-backed securities. So how kind of important is the composition of the Fed's balance sheet for market functioning and rate volatility? And do you see any problem with, or is this problematic with them running off, say, MBS and stopping QT?
Well, stopping QT should actually be a very tiny market positive, just because they are now going to have to go into the market, participate as non-competitive bidders in coupon auctions, or in Fed refundings and auctions to maintain the size of their balance sheet. So that's very tiny market positive. But let's keep some things in perspective here. QT right now is only running at a net of $5 billion a month. Our federal budget is $7 trillion per annum. So the $5 billion per month with a nearly $6 trillion Fed balance sheet is not particularly material, but hey, every little bit helps. MBS has been running off as it matures ever since they started this process. There are no plans right now, or none that are published anyway, to alter that. Now, what the Fed is going to do that's going to look somewhat different to the markets is to maintain the size of their balance sheet as they're going to purchase treasury bills and very short dated securities. The reason they're doing this is that their balance sheet right now has a very long weighted average maturity because of all the coupon securities, notes, and bonds that they purchased when they were doing the massive QE for COVID. The problem that they have with that is the weighted average maturity of their balance sheet is much longer than what the weighted average maturity is of the US sovereign debt. They would prefer to have their balance sheet match more what is out of the sovereign debt that's outstanding. So their way to remedy that is they're going to start buying shorter dated securities, and then as the coupon securities that are on their balance sheet mature, gradually this will shorten the weighted average maturity of the balance sheet. All of that generally, Tracy, if they do this as they've advertised, should basically be pretty much market neutral. This shouldn't be a huge move. Now, let me say this. When the Fed begins this process, and the technical name of the process is reserve management, where they want to grow the balance sheet at approximately the rate of NGDP growth, from a market perspective, from you as a professional trader, with your accomplishments and experience, this should not be a factor. Now, when they make this announcement, X is going to explode. Oh, QE, we're monetizing the debt, and all this. As long as they grow this in accordance with NGDP, it really should be very market neutral. Should help maybe some functioning on the short end, just with liquidity and the transactions. But other than that, overall, I would say it's neutral to maybe just slightly positive for the market.
So let me ask you, let's kind of like do this transition to the longer end of the curve right now. Treasury bonds are 116 handle. They're even priced even below the last FOMC cut. Is this a weakness that is going to get worse? Are we going to stabilize? Is it going to come to a senses, or is this just the reality of that this is just efficient pricing right now?
I think, man, asking me about the long end is like asking me to go tap dance in a bit of a minefield. I know a lot of people like me who focus on the long end or trade the long end have been very frustrated really since April. And let me just kind of say this to you, Jim. I'm going to set the backstop, and I'm going to introduce some personal bias here. So this is not street policy. This is strictly you and I having a conversation here this morning. The Fed has abandoned the 2% inflation target, in my opinion. I believe the Fed now treats 2% as a floor. That their biggest fear is that inflation falls below that with this sovereign debt level and running the deficits that we are. It's not practical for them to allow that to happen. I personally think that the long end of the curve has been a little slow to pick up on that, and that I think once this realization is, and part of the problem isn't just that 2% is the floor, is nobody knows where the ceiling is. Okay, so what is the inflation rate that gets the Fed to stop the cutting cycle, have another pause, but more important, where they would raise or do something to tighten financial conditions? Nobody has any idea. God forbid you go back to March of 2022, CPI was running close to 8% year over year before they started raising rates. Now, I'm not saying that they're going to let that happen, but I don't think that the long end, in my opinion, has truly woken up to the idea that you've got a central bank who is now, when we grew up, stable prices should be 0%. We all know that's very problematic to manage. The 2% thing kind of came into vogue. Chairman Bernanke was the first one to really come out and admit that it existed. Okay, 0 to 2%, so, a pretty good range. 2% is a target, 2% is a ceiling. But now that we're kind of treating this as a soft floor, and the Fed has demonstrated a complete unwillingness over the last 4+ years to put the policies in place that it would take to reliably and consistently get inflation to 2% or below, We don't really know what the upside in inflation is. So my opinion is that the curve should be a lot steeper, and that really the only thing that's keeping a lid on long rates right now is the fact that the Treasury is not increasing coupon issuance. I know that the TBAC had some recommendations, or some commentary in the QRA this week, that they may look at beginning to increase coupon issuance toward the latter half of next year. I'm skeptical that that's going to happen. The Treasury is going to risk putting more supply into the long end right before midterm elections.
Yeah, great answer. Shai, I mean, I know we're up against time, but let's keep rolling a little bit. Do you have any last second thoughts for Brent? If we go over time a little bit, it's okay.
Yeah, so what are we looking at? Let's look at, everybody wants the Fed to cut rates, right? And the market kind of went into a tizzy because December, it sounded like maybe December they wouldn't, and maybe they would hold. I mean, does a quarter point even matter at this point, really? I mean, is a December rate cut that big of a deal?
Well, and great question, Tracy, as always. I think that does the actual 25 bips, if we lower that range from 350 to 375, is that a material change? Maybe, maybe not. I really think what you're dealing with, and when you talk about the market tizzy and the volatility, is you have to go and look with 38 trillion of sovereign debt out there. When you look at, today the Treasury is going to refund 110 billion of 4-week Treasury bills, 95 billion of 8-week or of Treasury bills. That the forward interest rate curve has become so much more critical. You and I have been doing this a long time. Now, I mean, you started when you were 8 years old. So it was like, we've both been doing this a while. We're having to mature our outlook on this, because a lot of times this short-term forward rate curve was just kind of the purview of strictly the repo guys, the money market guys, and stuff like that. This is starting to have real implications across the market. So when we went into the FOMC meeting, the October FOMC, the forward overnight index swap curve was pricing in 100% chance that the Fed was going to cut rates in December. Chair Powell came out. He put on, he put on his hawkish mask there, and it's absolutely not assured. We're data dependent, and had a very neutral feeling to it. And actually, during the presser, I watched these swaps during the presser. Actually, got all the way down to where it was only a 51.7% chance of a December cut. So what we're experiencing is our markets and everything is much more levered to these short-term rates. And he is still having to play this forward guidance game. And he did not want to come out and just say, yeah, absolutely, we're definitely cutting in December, particularly because you had Jeff Schmid, who is the president of the Kansas City Fed, who has a phenomenal markets oriented resume. I've met him in person, talked to him in person. Phenomenal gentleman, very kind and generous with his time. He was a hard dissent against the rate cut. Then we learned at the Dallas Fed conference, the bank liquidity conference on Friday morning, Lori Logan, who is the balance sheet subject matter expert, Beth Hammock, who is the president of the Cleveland Fed. You go and look up her CV on LinkedIn. Again, huge treasury market background. Both of them were soft dissents. They are not recorded voters. As you know, the regional presidents rotate among voters. They both dissented against that rate cut. So Chair Powell has to go out there into that press conference where he's got one of his voters has dissented against the rate cut, and then his two most experienced treasury market operators, who are not recorded voters, also both dissented. He definitely had to go out and walk a neutral line. That backed up those rate cut odds from 100% closer to 50-50, and then you and I experienced the market volatility that you so correctly detailed.
Awesome. Well, unfortunately, we're up against time. I could talk to you all day long. I appreciate you spending this early morning with us, and hopefully we can get you back on again, everybody. Follow Brent on X, everybody. I cut and paste his link into the chat. Brent, thank you again.
Y'all have a great day. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Dude, one of my favorite guys. I mean, he is.
I know, he's great.
And
he explains things so well. He explains things so well, like, he makes it really easy to digest if you're not used to kind of talking about this stuff. So, great guy overall.
Absolutely. All right, we're pushing everything back 5 minutes. Thanks, Shai. We had a
All right.
we had a great morning. I look forward to talking to you later on in the day.
All right.
It's time for Tape Talk, and I do believe, yes, we do. We have the man, the myth, the legend. We have Farm live from Arizona. How you doing, man?
I'm doing well. How about yourself, Gags?
Pretty good. Can't complain. You know, the weather's starting to turn a little bit here on the island, which is it's kind of nice because, you know, I'm not in Florida, I'm in South Carolina, so you do get a little bit of fall and winter. I mean, nothing like it was in Chicago, you know, where you're shoveling 6 feet of snow off your roof so it doesn't cave in. That's a whole different problem. But other than that, everything's okay.
I'm looking forward to fall. I think it's tomorrow in Arizona. It's pretty much one day. It's pretty much one day. So, but it is getting nicer out here. It's nice that it's not 120 degrees every day. So
Yeah, well,
good stuff.
I'm with you, man. I'm with you for sure. So let's get into it, man. I mean, it's funny because Pax mentioned this yesterday, and I think it's true. You know, I'm looking at the E-mini S&P daily chart, and remember that gap we had? You know, we had that gap on the 24th to overnight over the weekend, the 27th. That is a really nice area for me of resistance right now. It's right at the ADMA. You know, I'm tracking last week's low at 68. 43 and a half, and we're bumping up against that right now. I think that's a real critical level. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah. I mean, that's the big one. And obviously, we've seen excursions back above there this week. We talked in the Sunday night show about the possibility of a bullish engulfing week if we traded lower first. Sellers have actually done a decent job of capping this. I think the question, a lot of the sell to me, especially the overnight, just seemed like positioning, unwind, liquidation.
Yeah.
And so the question is after that, what do we get? Do we get sellers continuing to defend this and put pressure on the other gap, right? From, I guess it was the 23rd. If we go back to the daily, we had this prior, almost 6-week range of consolidation that we've been talking about for a couple of weeks. We dipped into that. We had that was the 23rd. We've basically got this internal, I called it an internal balance or internal box of 4 days that was sort of protecting this back test. And you had to keep in mind all the while that NQ was not even close to its multi-week balance back test. And so, I mean, here we are, we're putting a lot of pressure on this. We've tested it a number of times. But I would say like today's the day to me. We had the huge puke, whatever it was, Tuesday night. I can't keep my days straight, where NQ came down and it actually filled its gap from 1023 on an overnight basis just to piss off all the purists. Stowe and I were talking about that, having a good laugh. And, now we're getting, we took out, yesterday took out the prior day's high on ES anyways. We've got sort of relative equal highs on NQ. Now we're getting potential higher lows here. I mean, today's the day. So we've got a lift on ES. It's definitely that 41 to kind of 44 spot, but like sustaining breaks above there. You see what's happened here is that value is basically in the process of shifting lower here from week to week. And so that's sort of the seller's goal, is to trap value below, I would say roughly 41 to 44, but it's leaving this sort of low volume node here in the 50s, 60s, which if you just look to your left, I mean, that whole week, let me drag a little bit. I mean, that whole week is trapped off sides. Monday is trapped off sides. So, I mean, that's the play here for sellers. If they want to continue to pressure this breakout, then absolutely. I mean, pops above are okay, 41 to 44, but they can't really allow any kind of a firm base above this 41 to 44 range, because if buyers basically get back up, above, let's just say 70, 69 for good measure on ES, and get back into the meat of that of last week's range, Monday's range, it's kind of game over. And it does bring the bullish engulfing week, or keep the bullish engulfing week on the table. So today is a big day, and like looking down at this, it's like doesn't look that bad. So I feel like the pressure is on sellers today to defend this, but at the same time, bulls still have to get some reclaims. They've defended where they have needed to at the lows, but they also have not lifted where they need to lift. So big day, because this could be a situation where the week ends up with value gapping lower if we close Friday down in this range, Or, it obviously could be a situation where all of this is left below value and we end up closing back up the highs and everybody's really bullish. So, I mean, it's really, really pivotal, really. Pivotal spot here. Really the entire 40 to 60 range on ES, I would say.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, when we dipped down to 67, we'll just call it 67.99. I mean, we saw last couple of sessions that was defended, right? Buyers came back in, even though we got some wicks below it, pushed everything back up pretty forcefully, kind of. And it was at a 38.1% retracement from that low China trade wick all the way up to the highs. So it was almost textbook in that regard as well. But we haven't had a candle close below that. And right now we have, I don't know, I'm going to call today a baby candle because it's not that big and the volume's kind of low, but it is definitely heavy on the top side.
Yeah, it definitely is. And, the one time that I will look to SPX and SPY, I know it's blasphemy for a futures trader. But, you do get decay, obviously, in the ES contract, and sometimes that can change the technical picture. ES is trading in a slightly different spot from where it did, 2-3 weeks ago, what have you. The instances in which I do put a little bit more focus on SPY and SPX is when there's conflict between ES and NQ. And again, NQ is not even close to its multi-week balance range back test, which was like 388 basically was the extreme. Like we're not even close to that. I mean, we're 400 handles above, but we obviously dipped through it overnight on that craziness, but it was quickly reclaimed off that 1023 gap fill and a nice rally. And so for me, NQ is also basically sitting at the spot here. I mean, obviously we have, these roughly equal highs up here in this 890 to 909 range. You've got Monday's buyers trapped well off sides, but I would still say, obviously for sustaining a bid over these recent two highs, buyers should be good to go. The daily profiles, let me just flip over. This is going to be a bit of a mess. I don't think I've updated this template here. But you've got these two sort of high volume areas the last 2 days up in this range that looked, as I was watching it, just a little bit distributive to me. So for my plan today, I said that I felt like it was actually this sort of 796, 816 spot that needed to be defended if that was indeed redistribution up here. And thus far, they're doing that. But I mean, again, like pretty big rip off the lows from the overnight. So just give me 1 second so I can cover some of the 816 short.
That's all right. Take your time.
No. So, I mean, that's where I'm at basically, right? Is like I actually wanted to be long from the overnight low, fell asleep, didn't get it. Wanted to give buyers a chance up here, take a shot up at the highs because it potentially offers rotations back towards this, I would say 655, 669, maybe a little bit lower. You can see sort of the lower edge of this distribution here developing on the week. But I mean, again, it's not super bullish if we end up leaving value gapping lower for the week. So, I mean, this really is a big deal. We don't have to engulf from a bull's perspective in 1 week. It could be a 2-week composite bullish engulfing candle. Mm-hmm. But, I mean, they really need to get these reclaims. And thus far, they have not done that. And that's definitely is a significant change in tone, right? I mean, we've seen liquidations get bought up fast, get bought up aggressively, and just head back to the moon for a very, very long time. Given the fact that we have QT ending and we're going to QE, things feel a little bit heavy. I mean, obviously, Bitcoin has been extremely heavy. We talked about that one. If it can gain some strength back above October's low, then maybe it's in good shape. But yeah, I mean, things are a little bit heavy. And I feel like today's a day for bulls to lift this. I mean, again, like pattern traders rejoice, whatever you want to call this. If you want to call this a narrow cup and handle or inverse head and shoulders, whatever it is, time to get excited and lift this piggy, I think. So I'm looking for additional failed pushes down towards 650s on NQ, maybe just a little bit lower. We could sweep out these relative equal lows like maybe and come back in. But I feel like today's the day. I've got 700 on here. Seems like it's been key. That was one of the gap areas, I believe, from maybe the 24th. And then today on ES, obviously, the 41 to 44 spot is huge. The actual back test of like the extreme high of that multi-week range was 9.5 to 12.5 I'm using. Mm-hmm. And then this 6797 to 6800 bulls have been very, very active down here. Yeah. Yesterday was a big trend day. That was all broken down overnight.
Yeah.
We'll see what today brings, but I'm willing to give ES before I call it a failed breakout, and then I'll let you weigh in here. It's kind of, maybe let's call it like 80, 77 to 80, again, based on SPY and based on SPX, and then based on where NQ is likely to be. So I don't want to just be like max short, but I mean, below, let's say 97 to 6,800, or 86 to 90. But losing this is a problem, right?
Well,
So
and you had some very attractive high volume nodes up on higher on your chart, which is, a lot of times it tracks price too.
Yep. So today, yeah, I really feel like today is the day. I would want to see, you could probably actually, honestly, where it's coming into now, I'd like to see buyers come in around 29, maybe 27 if they're going to on ES. If not, runs the risk of coming back down. Let's go into the 5. You can just see on yesterday's profile, basically right here, the upper edge of this distribution here is kind of a very awkward kind of double-ish distribution day. And so you can see once we lost that spot overnight, we kind of rugged back down to the bottom there. And here we are now, back testing from above. I think bulls are going to want to step in and bid this.
Yeah, let me ask you this. I mean, it's a little bit of a lower volume day today, right? I know there's some Fed speakers and some other nonsense going on, but who knows if that's going to move the needle anywhere. But it's lower volume. Yesterday we had a lot of volume. Today it's like it's in the morning to the overnight glowbacks, opening range kind of volume. Today it's the opposite. Do you read anything into that?
Not on its own, but I would say, like in a bullish market, it takes a lot more volume to make price go down, and lower volume days that tend to float up, right? Because the tape is generally well bid. And so to me, like if low volume days start to float to the downside, it's probably not that good. So that's something I would watch. That's sort of one way that I use volume, and whether it's low or whether it's high is like, okay, well, what's price doing on those days? Because a lot of people get worked up about like low volume float ups into new all-time highs. That's not bearish at all. There are select circumstances in which it is, but markets do tend to have high volume at critical inflection points. And so from there, if they float, to the upside, that's generally pretty bullish on low volume. You don't really want to see it kind of just grind down, to the downside on low volume. But today, slight lean was up, as I said here, short. But yeah, I mean, this is the day if bulls are going to do it. And if they can't, then it's going to be hard, I think, for me to want to be long this market into next week. But, again, pattern traders rejoice on this thing. It looks nice. Today's the day. Go ahead and defend. It looks like they're, making an attempt here, and then lift this pig. And it's game over for sellers, I think, for a little while.
Got it. All right, man. Well, listen, thanks for this morning's intel. Awesome stuff as usual. I don't think I'm going to talk to you tomorrow, but I will talk to you for sure next week.
Next week it is. We'll see you, Jimmy.
All right. Have a great weekend. All right. It's time to trade the open, everybody. We have Tanja Trades in the house. Let's do it. Tanja, good morning.
Good morning, Jim. How are you?
I'm great. I had an event here at the house yesterday, which was spectacular.
Lovely.
I have this relatively new orange tree. It's in a pot outside. It's about 2 feet tall, and it kind of looks like a Charlie Brown Christmas tree.
Mm-hmm.
But it started growing oranges. And now these aren't the big orange, navel ones you get at the store that are really big. But one of them accidentally fell off because I threw a tennis ball at it when I was playing with the dog. And I decided to bring it in, and I thought, oh, I'm going to cut into it just to see. I know it's immature. It's probably going to taste bitter and everything. I cut into it. It was delicious. I couldn't put it. Just made my day. Little things make my day at my age. Say that again.
Is that the first orange it ever had
Yeah.
born? That's awesome.
Yeah. Anyway, my tree's no
How long
longer.
have you had it then? For 2 years?
It's been sitting out there. Yeah, it's been sitting out there for 2 years. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty quick then. I don't know. That's awesome that it already has fruit.
Yeah. It's yeah. Anyway.
Did you have a party for the orange?
Well, I ate the orange.
Okay, you gotta let me know. I love orange juice. Everybody knows I love my orange juice. I get that cold pressed, I pay up for my orange juice, so I'm willing to import some oranges from South Carolina.
Oh, yeah. Well, next year if I get a bunch, I'll just send you a crate. No worries.
Hell yeah. Okay. I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, man. Anyway, so how you doing? How's New York? I know you got a new mayor now.
I know. How's New York? Up for debate, up for, well, grabs, I guess. We'll see how it is.
Yeah. Well, I don't, it's never as bad as it sounds. So it'll be fine.
Yeah, New York has had like 12 years of bad mayors so far, so
Hmm, I don't know.
what's gonna happen? I don't know.
So, Farm thinks today's going to be the day for the Bulls. I mean, what do you think so far?
Yeah, it's a good point. I think yesterday, from the open, we had like a huge wick already when we started yesterday's daily candle, and like anyone trying to kind of fade either just, got hurt in the beginning of the day, and then we dropped off in the afternoon. It was pretty awesome, actually. Afternoon went much better for me. I learned yesterday I'm not good at scalping. Anytime I think, oh, let me just scalp for a small move or something, I just get immediately stopped out, which is hilarious. But if as long as I wait for those like good pullbacks along before we hit my target, then I'm good. Yesterday was really interesting. Out during Trump's speech, he was like late. He was like late 40 minutes to his speech as always.
Yeah.
And I got out of my longs literally when as Nasdaq was making a new high there, and then that was literally the high of the day. Uh, Pretty funny. Pretty much like a pretty decent pullback. I honestly don't think that um I don't think that I'll be looking for shorts today. I think I'll also look for longs. I'm a little bit cautious though because of yesterday's quite a large range yesterday. I think let me think about that. Let's see. 500 almost 600 points on the daily for Nasdaq. That today could be an inside day. It's possible. But we still have this like we have these 4 hour buy side we didn't hit for NASDAQ. We hit it for ES yesterday, but NASDAQ, we didn't hit this 25,893 level, which was like the level I was kind of going for during the afternoon when I was in those longs, and I abandoned them because yeah, we had that divergence at the high. So yeah, I do think that like wolves and bears could be fighting a lot today. We also have this 4 hour fair value gap that we could tap into because yesterday we didn't come back into here specifically. So that sell side here, there's a lot of sell side. So I'm gonna mark that out as a potential area. If we do retrace to there, then I'd look from longs from there. So I'd rather just stick to one side if I think today might be a back and forth day a bit. Especially if it might be an inside range. I don't want to like confuse myself and keep flip-flopping because it could just be a harder day to trade. If
Yeah.
yesterday was such a large range day, I mean, we completely filled in a bunch of gaps for both of them. So we'll see how that ends up going. I'm gonna be nimble, but I'm gonna probably focus on the longs today.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I mean, I'm looking at last week's low, we're 25,700 in NASI and 68.43 and a half in the ES. We're a little bit above it on the NASI right now, and the ES we're a little bit below it. Those are kind of pivotal levels for me right now to see, are we going to close above it later on today? Are we going to close below it later on today? That's kind of my goal line.
Yeah, I think that yesterday we had a decent close. Yeah, we closed right near the Friday low, actually. Like, it's not like a close that made me think, okay, more downside for today. If anything, yeah, I'm kind of thinking inside range day, be nimble, or, final target would be that buy side for me if we get there. But along the way, I wouldn't be afraid to take my money if like we hit my first target, a swing high, and then we start seeing that divergence between ES if ES is weaker. So yeah, good.
So
Today
when
we're
you
actually
when you
pretty
look at
much
when
flat.
you look at inside bars or inside days, do you just measure regular trading hours, or do you add the Globex session too?
I take the entire session. So like then whatever's on the daily chart, I will look at that. So
Okay.
I'll take the entire session. Um, yeah, I think that's just easier.
Yeah, no, that's what I do also. But some folks like to focus just on regular trading hours. So,
Hmm.
which is fine. I mean, that's whatever technique you're used to, you're good at, you got the muscle memory, more power to you. So, but I look at the Globex too. I think Globex a lot of interesting stuff happens.
Totally, like whatever floats your boat, you got to go stick with that and just continue sticking with it unless you start realizing it's not working out for you. Then like you start looking at other things. But definitely, I agree. I don't think that we have, I think we might have a lot of Fed speakers today. Is that true?
Yeah, last count, I think there might be as many as like six of them, but
Okay, that's lovely. Okay, let's see. It says that the first one's supposed to speak at 11 a.m. But from my experience this week, they just like someone that's not even on like my calendar just starts talking randomly. Like Goolsby started speaking from Chicago, like just randomly. He wasn't even on the calendar. So yeah, today
yeah.
might be a FAFO day with chat. We'll see. And people
Goolsby,
in my chat know what that means.
Goolsby's the Chicago guy, and he's actually pretty funny. If you follow his ex, he like posts funny stuff. He's an interesting fella.
Oh, okay, I'll have to check him out.
Yeah, yeah. He's not like the other folks who are
Boring.
a little more. Yeah, there you go.
Boomers, did you say? Ha ha ha.
No, 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 no. I'm a
Oh
boomer.
no.
Hang on a second. Oh my God. Yeah, but and Trump might speak today too. You never know.
Yeah, it says Trump might make an announcement at 11 a.m. from what I see here. Trump makes an announcement 11 a.m. Oh, so we have to stay on top of the news today for sure. Like there might be just some random headline.
Yeah.
Um, yeah.
Yeah, no, for sure. And it's in that dead time in the middle of the day. But the good news is I like when they do that better than at like after hours or like at 4 o'clock, because then when you're trading, the market could assimilate the news, however it assimilates it, and then you have that whole afternoon session to look for trade opportunities. So that 11 o'clock kind of news dump isn't bad, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think it's bad. I think it's just like yeah, I just always have to make sure that I'm aware of when it is. I never want to be caught off guard. You know, when sometimes I see like what 40.1 minute candle on the Nasdaq on to the downside, and you're just like, wait, what was that? And
Yeah,
something like random headline just came out, then that's one thing. But if it was like a news, then I better have known that that was upcoming.
I know.
To-
I got Tracy on speed dial when that happens. What was that?
Yeah, totally. I'm gonna open up the chat and see if Tracy types things. That's what she's good for. She like definitely is really good at that, keeping us updated on things like that.
Not only that, I mean, people don't realize she's like a really good trader also. I mean, she's
Oh
a
yeah.
good technician, a good trader. I mean, her focus is on the macro side, but yeah, she's a resource.
Oh, totally. She's like such a good resource in the NinjaTrader team. Like before, like I think like it's great to know more macroeconomics in general. And then you have a better idea of fundamentals and like, okay, where are we like it's just a lot better to have that kind of backstory while you're trading because if you're back trading, back testing, like honestly, it's hard to remember or gauge like what was happening in the market in that moment, right? If I'm
Yeah.
looking at something like years ago, like for example, if it was like someone could forget, oh, the day that Trump was elected, you know, maybe they saw a bearish setup, but it didn't work. Why? Because like the market was just going up the entire day,
Yeah.
right? Because of that type of fundamental news that happened.
Yeah. I literally at my daily charts, I type out text like, FOMC, minus 25 bips. China trade deal fell apart. So I track these over the course. So at least when I go back and I do that, because NinjaTrader has a really good playback mode. The desktop platform
Hmm.
has a really good playback mode. You could literally go back, pick a time frame, play the charts at any speed, regular speed or super fast speed, and then kind of
Oh,
like set some OCO type of trade ideas and test them. It's really good.
yeah, that's
Anyway,
like that's yeah, that's like really sick. Honestly, like the fact that you could change what speed it goes at That's nice. It's really nice to see the candles forming themselves.
Yeah, yeah. You can't if you when you go back to playback mode, it's like if you played at one times one speed, you're gonna be sitting there again just staring. But you get it, you get it to 10 times and moving 10 times quick and you go, all right, this is good. This is good.
Yeah.
Anyway. Yeah. Anyway, all right. Well, listen, glad you're here. Everybody, let's get those thumbs up going right off the bat for Tanja. Let's get those subscriptions going. This is the best trading community that I've ever been involved in, and I'm older than everybody here, so I could say that it is important. Thank you for being here, everybody in the chat. You're super cool. If you're not in the chat and listening, we love you just as well. Thank you for that participation as well. So, having said all that, Tanja, I am going to dip into the chat, and you're going to do the heavy lifting for a while. Good luck, and I'll be taking notes.
Thank you so much. And then there was one. Ho ho. Good morning, chat. How's everybody doing today? Today is Thursday, November 6th. Government is still shut down. Yeah, this is now the longest government shutdown ever. See, chat, what you guys up to? Let me know, like, were you bullish, bearish, or neutral? Do we have that going on in the chat? All right, I'll write that down. 57% bullish. 21% bearish, 23% neutral. Chicago. I gotta go to Chicago. Never been there. I gotta go see that bean. And what else? I want to go. There's some good restaurants scene out there, you know. I like my restaurants. Yeah, so ES took this high already. I have a feeling Nasdaq will still like come back up and try to take it. ES already repriced to this 4-hour FEG twice. Nasdaq didn't reprice to it. So that might be something interesting we take a look at. Like maybe that's a London SMT. If if we don't come back down to here, then maybe that's just it. Like that's why, because ES hit this low during London. I think both things could happen. If it takes this low, I wouldn't say that it's invalidating my long idea. I think either way is fine. But that's something to take note of. We're in an hourly FEG here right now. We did break this high. Yeah, 15-minute here. We are in probably discount of this leg to the upside. So yeah, maybe we'll get some push up during the open. That would be lovely. If we just get like a bullish first presented FEG, can go from there. That's kind of my thought process. If this is an SMT, then we already have this dip down into the 15-minute. If we get a 1-minute shift back higher, could be interesting. Could be something good, you know? Hmm. So what a fun day today. Still looking at this like calendar for today. Lots of people speaking today. A lot of people speaking. Trump makes an announcement at 11, it says. 11 a.m. Fed's William speaks. 11 a.m. Fed's Barr speaks. What if like everything's just like kind of consolidating before 11 a.m.? Wouldn't that be annoying if we just ping pong between this and this? If we ping pong just back and forth, that would be kind of annoying. Kind of like mentally preparing for that possibility as well. So if that happens, then like, I just gotta chill. I can't overtrade that. We have the open in 10 minutes. Chat, you guys are mostly bullish. I'm also mostly bullish. Farm's also bullish. I mean, we had quite the wick yesterday to the downside. Whoever watched my afternoon stream, your real one, because yesterday in the afternoon I just decided to stream and pretty much got out at the high of the day, like actually literally at this little wick here. ES did not make a new high there. And I was like, all right, well, I'm done with you, NASDAQ. I got long like somewhere in here. And then I was like, all right, bye. And I did manage to then flip shorts later on, because there was some sell side to attack here. Congrats if you ended up shorting from that push down again. Let's see here. But like, yeah, the morning for me was rough. Like I was just, it's like, oh, I could maybe catch a retracement to go short because we already hit some of my buy side target here. And that's pretty much, I was still more bullish, but we already had expanded like 400 points. And so I thought we could just kind of consolidate, which we did, but well, I thought we could pull back and we didn't. We just consolidated, and that's like the worst kind of action to be part of here. And then, came down into this small sell side, and then we pushed back up from there. Consolidated they said Trump was going to talk about the economy at 1. So there were some long setups. And then that drop was kind of epic. So maybe today will be a great day like yesterday or during the afternoon sessions particularly. Or maybe it's a little bit large range day, because it is like 600 points or something, right? Check out the ATR. ATR. For ES, it's 80 points. For NASDAQ, it is 409. Interesting. Hmm. How much do we move so far? So yeah, I honestly think today might be just an inside day. So I don't want it. I don't want to push too hard on the longs. Like if I get into a long and it gets to a first target, then I have to, you know, take profits along the way. We moved 200 points so far. So from here to here, it's not, then we would have 277-point move on the NASDAQ. So it's not out of the question. It's just about how are we going to get there? Will it be smooth sailing or will it be high resistance? We'll find out. I like to start off the day on the 15-minute. Take a sip of water. Oh yeah, that's what I kind of want to see again here, from here to here. Let me highlight this 15-minute FEG. Like, let's see what we do here. And like I said, if we end up taking the sell side, then that's fine. I'm not gonna be getting rid of my bullish stance yet. This is a 4-hour FEG. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. Excited. Not really excited. I'm never really that excited to trade. You shouldn't be too excited, but I'm pumped. Okay. Hmm. I wonder what this 15 minutes is going to look like for ES and NASDAQ, like when we start the day. Be real interesting here. Hmm. Okay. The financial calendar. Yeah, it's just full of so okay. Williams and Barr speaking at 11, and Trump makes an announcement at 11. Waller's speaking at 3:30, and someone else at 4:30 and 5:30. Okay, noon. So we're full of Fed speakers starting at 11. All right, so we'll see what the market wants to do today. Also, like, you guys, I don't think the NFP is coming out tomorrow. No, it's not. So it's not even like day before NFP protocol. It's not coming out tomorrow. We have 10 a.m. news tomorrow. We have more speakers tomorrow. Everyone just likes to yap, I guess. Everyone likes speaking from the Fed. Wouldn't it be nice if, like, you could say something and then the market moves in a direction? Can you imagine having Fed Powell's job or like that? Where he could say, this is concerning, and then the market like drops. Yeah, Tanya, 11 a.m. Trump is speaking. I said that. Says Trump makes an announcement at 11. Look, tell us what you were looking for this morning. I don't know. I just said it. Bullish. Looking for a bullish market shift. All he has to say is good afternoon. Yeah, as soon as he starts saying good afternoon, pal, then the algos go crazy. at exactly 2:30 if you check that out on Fed days. So yeah, I'm gonna have it on the 15 when the market opens to take a peek here at these London lows. Are we gonna keep them intact? We're getting awfully close to it. We're digging into FEG on the 15, and there is another one here, sure. It's an extreme discount, right? It's like I'm put that fib out and it's like it could dig into it, but if it does, you'd want it to wick it there. If you want the SMT to hold, I personally don't care. I'm not on a long right now. I'm not, that's why I'm like, yeah, I'm not one to just long right at the open based on the 15. Some people do, and okay, it works out well for them. But what I see here for NASDAQ is kind of like these 3 stacked lows. We can dip into this 4-hour that we haven't came back into at all yet. Yeah. So let's see here. Here's the open. Dipped into this lower 15-minute so far. Yeah, I would want this to be a wick. So I'd want to see like nice price action going up now, basically, if it's going to hold the SMT at London low. If it doesn't, then that's fine too. But if you want to keep the bullishness on the 15, it's better that way. It's just a stronger market if we do have that. It would be crazy if we wick this and we come back and we even wick this. That would be super bullish. Yes, looking a little bit better. Anything green today, really? Not really. None of the big NASDAQ stocks are starting out green this morning yet. Things kind of flat / slightly red. NASDAQ's down 0.42. See ES now. Having a 1-minute shift here. Well, Microsoft just freaking tanked a ton. Wow, looks like it. Interesting. YM's pumping. Okay. What do you guys think? Might be a day to be in ES. We'll see. NASDAQ's picking up too. I'm gonna let this give me a second confirmation since NASDAQ's kind of weak. I'm gonna just monitor this for ES. I do prefer trading NASDAQ over ES, but sometimes you just got to take what it's going to give you. Okay, NASDAQ, I think super close to its London low. Go back to the 15 for both of these guys. Template London low. There's no first presented FEG of the day yet for ES, but we'll see where it is. Snapped right before London low, NASDAQ. See if NASDAQ can break this high. I don't know why I put it on the 30-second here. I like this. I want to see us, honestly. Have some inversions. Will NASDAQ tap that London low? It's definitely weaker. Yeah, Costco down 2%. Microsoft's down almost 1%. AMD's down 1.6%. And NASDAQ just took out its London low and really close to this 4-hour fair value gap / sell side that I've marked out. ES didn't make a new low yet. Let's see if ES takes out a swing high. ES also didn't really make a first presented FEG of the day yet, so it didn't beat the NASDAQ yet. No. What's this 15-minute look like now? You got 8 minutes left in it. Ideally, I want it to drop into here and then have a nice reaction. Maybe all it's going to do is London low, but I feel I'd rather it drop into the sell side of the 4-hour. Might have to end up taking ES since it's NASDAQ's much weaker. ES on the 2-minute, maybe 3-minute. Maybe able to have a nice displacement above this and that and give us a FEG. Like I would prefer that. That would be lovely. NASDAQ picking up. I gotta stay patient here. I'm waiting for that market shift to the upside. I can't get it long before I get it. Can't. I mean, even ideally, yes, takes out this high instead of these. But I mean, point is, if it takes out these highs, I'd want it to be a displacement. If we just kind of wick, then I'd wait. Ugh. Okay. And some alerts. We struggled to take out those highs on ES and NASDAQ. So let's see if NASDAQ maybe fails and gets to that sell side here. Well, that's why it ideally happens in the first 15 minutes that we get the manipulation, and then we can then maybe ride some highs. We'll see. Kind of funny, no fair value gaps yet today, really, since we opened. Maybe now here on ES, it's their first one. Okay, the sell side's been taken here on NASDAQ, which I want to happen. Let's mark out ES again. Let's put the London low here. So there's no more SMTs there, like I said, and I'm fine with that. So chat, 57% of y'all were bullish. So far we're dropping, just fine. I mean, I'm just looking for this to be the manipulation. Still the first 15 minutes of the day. It would be great if this is the false move lower. One could hope. Right, so I'm still gonna have my highs marked out. I mean, if it does come back above this, that would be a breaker on NASDAQ and ES, breaker block. Would be cool. But yeah, now I'm fine with taking either one. Both of them are pretty much near its lows. I'm fine with taking NASDAQ over ES now. What's going on? No bullishness, I said I would look for a bullish shift. There's no reason. There's no bullishness yet. Not even on a 1 minute. I guess ES was the only one here, but it didn't even make a 1 minute fair value gap here, which is hilarious. Well, maybe the tiniest of ones did it. No, there's no space between this low and this high. So it didn't. And that's why I held off and I said, because Nasdaq was making new lows. And it was so weak. So I said I'll hold off and I'll see if we break another high or if Nasdaq catches up, and we didn't. We just dropped lower. So that kind of kept me a little safe today. Still waiting, maybe, there's still potential for a shift to happen, especially looking at the 2 minute. Maybe this is a 2 minute inversion that will end up happening. So you got the 2 minute inversion, probably 1 minute as well. I'm still waiting for a 1 minute shift, so I'm gonna wait until this high gets broken. I think. Yeah, ES is a little weaker now. I think I'll have plenty of time if that high gets broken. And I'd be going for a large, I'm aware that my stop might be really big then. I'll just take smaller sizing because I'd be going for a lot of points anyway. I'm kind of okay with that. Well, we want to see some energy to the upside now. Looks good though. Okay, there it is. NASDAQ is crossing up. That looks good. About to enter this right now. Hmm. 614. I like that as a stop. Honestly, this is the candle that started this push up, and it's below this. Oh, well, that's lovely. That was a quick stop out at least. All right. Lost $1,300 there. That's lovely. Okay. I would try that again. We broke this high. Where's my entry? Where'd that go? Yeah, I would try that again. Oh well. That's honestly, can't complain. Quick stop out there. Entry, stop down in 1 minute. Immediately. Okay. What just happened there? That's kind of wild, the push down. Let me check the chat. Did Tracy type anything? Was there potential? Well, you will try. I said I would try it again. Yeah, that's what you got to do with your strategy. Even if there's no news. All right, that's lovely. Okay, we just dropped like a ton. I was just asking because that was kind of a big push lower, 100 points in 3 minutes. Okay. What to do, what to do. I'll have this marked out. Honestly, I'll probably just go on a 5. Let's see. Let's go on the hourly. All right, people. Tried one long so far. Didn't work. Quickly stopped out, which is a blessing. It's better than to pull the bandage off than to be stuck in consolidation. So I don't know. What's the next level? I'm just gonna wait until after 10, I guess. Yeah, I'll wait until after 10. Massive push lower there in the last 5 minutes. It's like they saw that I that I entered long, sorry. All right. Yeah, I would try that again. Closed above this high on NASDAQ too, created a bunch of imbalances. I even got a decent entry leg. I was trying to just buy bid during this candle. My stop was this candle low, got immediately stopped down like the next minute. So happens. Let's see. But not that red. AMD's down 4%. Had earnings when was that, last night? No, a couple days ago. Tuesday. Hmm. There's definitely no bullishness today so far this morning. Let's see, 9:55. Honestly, I took the sell side. It had this nice energetic shift. Energetic push back up. It looked good, so I tried it. Now I'm gonna wait until after 10. I'm still gonna stick with the bullish side. This doesn't really make me want to flip. I don't really see any I don't see a downside target I want for bearishness, really. I don't really think that we would get below this yesterday's low. So not really a reason for me to go short. The reason why someone would go short is if that was the SMT and they're overall bearish. From us filling all the way that gap up, I don't really, as of right now, I don't really see a point to flip as of yet. I'll wait until after 10. Maybe it'll give me more clarity. The only kind of thing I see is if you're gonna go. Whatever. Let's see. We're just dropping. Dropped another 50 points. Okay. Yeah, ES already filled this fib. That's what they say. Small losses are a pleasure. That's why you can't hold on to your losers, right? Got to cut that real quick. Gotta have stop losses in. Is what from my got stopped out. We just keep breaking to a new low on my screen. It's crazy. Dropped another 137 points. We already got to here before as my VIB for ES. I'll mark out like the 50% of the daily wick. No, dudes. Let me check the chat. Is there anything that came out? I mean, I feel like that was just a crazy drop. Hi, Tanya. Hi, Mr. Leone. Okay. See on the daily. Don't see much there in the chat. You know, if you guys tried longs also, you can't be salty. You tried your strategy, it didn't work. And that's it. You can't be that salty. You just can't be what's important is that you don't, revenge trade, keep trying to buy the dip or something. Let's see. I'm gonna extend this to the right. ES is reaching that, like, this yesterday's low? No, it's tied to. Okay. I said I didn't really see it going there, so I'm fine with not seeing that happen. Let's see here. We're down 1%, 1.18% on the NASDAQ, and we're down 0.16% on ES. Getting close to those midpoints of the wicks, daily wicks. Who broke the market? Seriously. Rip. That's what happens. Too many of us are bullish, chat. What are we gonna do? Here, yes, we got to take out a 4-hour low. No, not yet. Reach into 50% of the wick. Nasdaq tapped it exactly. I don't know, bro. What do I want to see here to go long again? It's hard because we just dropped off gnarly. Gnarly drop off. See, is it past 10? Yeah. I said I would wait until after 10. We took out that low. I don't know, bro. Dropped off a ton. So many times it happens too fast. Trade your passion for glory. Don't lose grip on the dreams of the past. Seriously, that's in my head right now. It's the eye of the tiger. You gotta keep on. I'm not looking for shorts here still. A lot of us were bullish. Definitely bulls are hurting today so far. I think it would be interesting if we took out that 4-hour low. Kind of looks like, on the 15 it dips into FEGs. Oh, I gotta mark out a previous day low too, but I don't think we would get there, to be honest. Edge alert. Hmm. The sky is falling. That's literally what it feels like, right? Huge push lower. We stopped right on the middle of that wick, which is interesting. We're still below all that previous hourly low and such. 4-hour low. I can't be getting long here with those equal lows below. It's just the rule I have. I'm not going to really do that. I think it could, maybe entice people again for longs, and then it comes back into a 15-minute, 5-minute fair value gap and it dumps again. Right? Hmm. See what gold's got going on. Let me open up another chart. Let's see what gold's doing today. It's also dropping down on the 4-hour. Okay. Hmm. All right, so ES popped back up to that 5-minute. Bearish. Like, this is just so many bearish fair value gaps there now because we just had such a fast and furious push lower there. Yeah, let's see what ends up happening here. Are we gonna go make a new low? No positions right now. Nasdaq looks sad. Looks sad. She looks sad on the 2 minute especially. Really close to that 4-hour low. I'm working this midpoint. We just made a new low of the day NASDAQ, not on ES. Again, I don't really like that we are leaving equal lows here. What's this low? Yeah, it stopped 2 ticks before it, so I'd rather take it out. Yeah, get that back. All right, cool. We're fine. Five. Hmm. I don't trust this. This is like looking sus because of that equal low. I'm not gonna long with equal lows right below on both of them. Isn't that kind of sus? Could just dig into here again. Yeah, and if this is a 15-minute point of interest, like 15-minute FEG for ES. You know, probably even hourly. Yeah. AMD is down 5%, Tesla's down almost 2%, Google's flat, Apple's up 0.4%, Nvidia's down 1%, Microsoft's down 1.17%. See if this move up is sustained. Like I said, I don't really trust it because it's in a 15-minute right now for ES. And the 5 still so bearish. 1 minute might be like bullish for now, but I'm not gonna go. It didn't hit this H4 low yet. We made equal lows there. I can't really trust it. We'll see what happens. Are these bullish? Is bullish FEG gonna hold or what? Probably doesn't really look that great on the 2. No. Hmm. And like I said earlier, I'm gonna stay just one-sided right now. I'm still gonna look for longs because I just don't. Uh, Yeah, I'm not going to flip to shorts. We're still inside yesterday's range. It's 10:20. Yes, definitely looking better. Yeah, NASDAQ too, it did hold up its bullish fair value gap here. I mean, it's a matter of is it going to sustain that? I don't know. No position right now because I'm honestly waiting, hoping that it's going to reject here, sweep, and then it'll go up again. Yeah. See the 5. Yeah, we're dipping into point of interest on the 5 for NASDAQ now. Like, that's what I'm saying. It's just like there's so much stacked here. On the 15. Let me check this out on a better horizon here. So where the drop started for ES. Let's see the fib. See what ES does. I mean, this is the whole, it's retracing very deeply here. Let's see if it rejects or not. Well, it's retracing into the 618 of that fib I drew. NASDAQ as well. I'm gonna delete those 15-minute. This is like an inversion now, right? So honestly, I can label this inversion. Like literally on the hourly too, right? look on the 15 for a second here. These are both 4 hours. Yeah. So you have 4-hour inversion here on ES and 15-minute FEG to the downside. We still have those equal lows now down here. NASDAQ. Same kind of thing right now. See what it does. Gonna hold this BPR or not? Yeah. I don't feel comfortable longing, I said, because of these equal lows down here. Even though there is an SMT, it's literally an equal low. 404.5, and then this is 404. And yeah, still looks bearish on the 5 and the 15 right now. Be kind of different if we swept this. Hmm. Don't need this anymore. Don't need this anymore. Hourly is like we're at a doji right now. Pretty much where we opened on the hourly right now. On the 4-hour. Feels like the Bears and the Bulls are fighting right now. Who will win? Because right now I honestly feel like it's 50-50 for me too. I said I don't want to long because equal lows. Do I really want to short? Not really. I don't know if it's gonna get there cleanly. I mean, we've been dropping down pretty cleanly though. What would I look for a short? You just retrace into a 15-minute. I would need to see some sort of 1-minute shift, and I don't really see it as at the moment. 1-minute bearish shift lower yet, no. So I said I want to kind of concentrate on the longs today. Yeah. So let's say I get in a short and I do successfully scalp, I might miss the long after. See what happens. Oh yeah, and I also made it myself something. It said, yeah, I only want to really short after a 4 hour or 1 hour sweep. And I want to short an inversion. I don't really like to, especially on the short side, wait for like a second drop lower, wait for more confirmation because a lot of times the drop will just happen and then it might sweep in reverse quickly. My little list of things right now. So my perfect kind of world would be if we swept this 4 hour low and then had a inversion to the upside after that. I feel like maybe that would be good because I feel as though there are people that are long here versus they put their stops here. If they got stopped out, that would be nice. I'm sorry if you are long and I'm talking about you. But maybe, hey, maybe that doesn't happen and that does stay intact and then I missed the long side. Whatever. I'll have more opportunities for upside, in my humble opinion, because it's still bearish on the 5, the 15. So I'd rather just wait. You know? Now this is finally a 5-minute high. There it is, dropping quite deeply there. Just violated this low that first tapped and held us higher, right? Tapped into this breaker and then it went higher and we just broke this and inverted this. So, I mean, it's not the picture that we're going to hit this now. See. Will we drop? Will we drop? Let's see. There it is. All right. Now what, people? Let's see. At the very least, I hope that, yeah, help people stay safe on the longs, these equal lows below. Maybe some people nailed the shorts there from there. Congrats if you did. Jeez, this push down is crazy. Let's see here. Oh, is it really? No, that was at 8:40 a.m. that Fed Goolsbee said he felt reluctant to continue the rate cutting cycle. That's what my friends are telling me. Fed Goolsbee. It was Goolsbee last time, dudes. It was Goolsbee last time that also managed to drop the market like that, right? Anyway, I gotta stay pay attention because maybe my long will show up. We'll see. It just took 4-hour low. I mean, I could see maybe if it inverts this along towards this high or more. We'll see. Let's see here. Yeah. It's dropping viciously. Oof, it's dropping viciously, people. I mean, we'll see I feel like this is an important area here, this H1, H4 low, and we just like dropped crazy here. I asked on Twitter who broke the market. Someone wrote it's catching some liquidity. Someone wrote, my bad. Someone wrote, you broke my heart. I don't know what that means. Sorry. The daddy Donald Trump. Market makers cooked us. That's funny. Someone commented, I'm broke, that they're broke. Trading inside a huge gap can act like this. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. A lot of people came in bullish today. Let's see. Maybe reluctant to continue the Fed rate cutting cycle. I agree, potentially. That's it. We didn't even come into this, dudes. It's wild. That was a massive drop there, too. Shoo! Someone said it's throw up Thursday. LOL. Uh-oh. Hmm. Oh no, call your mom, call your grandma. Only thing green is Apple. Whatever that is. AZN. That's kind of wild. All right. At that point, we gotta start marking out the previous day low level. Making my way downtown, walking fast, faces past, I'm homebound. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. If I could fall into the sky, do you think time would pass me by? It's the 1 minute for yes. Damn. Oh, you know I'd walk 1,000 miles if I could just see you tonight. Do-do-do-do-do. Another drop. What are we gonna do? Hmm. Maybe I should have flipped bearish there. I really, honestly, I just said I didn't really see it until we dropped down to here. And what, like, the entry would have been this. Maybe 1-to-1. Previous daily low is in field vision right now. Field of view. Pass me by, oh, you know I'd walk. You know what? It would be kind of fun to do a stream marathon, but I don't know if I could do it. Yesterday I streamed like twice. You know, guys like what's that guy's name? Like Kai Cenat did like a 30-day stream marathon. I think that's wild. I don't think I could ever do that, but it'd be interesting to do like a whole day of it. With like taking breaks and stuff during the stream. Hmm. 10:46. Man, only 21% of us were bullish this morning. So congrats if you were one of the 21% and you actually banked. Or let me know, did you guys flip? Did anyone flip? Someone said trading is boring though, so I don't know how that would work. Like you could have other segments during the stream, like, I don't know, a giveaway or a game or something. Set your alerts, especially the afternoon. Afternoon's boring. Ferno said 4K losses today, switching to micros. Sorry, bro. I'm down 1,300. I tried a long, but that was, risk was paid. That was a business expense. Chris says he traded Asia, set up a short with bullish SMT and up close candle gap to right, up after, so killed the trade, ended up leaving 50 points on the table. Any tips? That might have been fine for you. Like, can't just, my tip is like, you can't look at every single outcome of the trade and then change just based on one outcome. Maybe long, like there's a reason why you take it off the table because there's a divergence, and maybe according to time. I personally, yeah, I'll take partials profits or put stop and break even at that point because that's a sign of a potential reversal. But if you're finding that over a period of a few trades, this keeps happening and then it doesn't it doesn't end up helping your bottom line, then that's when you have to adjust. But if it's just literally like you can't get shaken up over a loss or maybe a time where you trailed your stop a little bit too tightly and like who says that that was too tight? It's just because of that outcome. You can't be looking at the outcome for that one time and change your whole system, right? So it's just about feeling okay with it. Well, I longed here, dude. I longed here. I got stopped out immediately. I just like chuckled, laughed, and was like, I would take that again, which I would. And then what? We just dropped crazy. I said I wouldn't take this long, which is good. Dropped here. Been waiting for this to potentially invert. We're not getting that at the moment. But yes, there's two stacked 1 minutes there. What about NASDAQ? No, it's fine. It's good. Because at that point, that's a humongous stop. Weekly candle looks bad now. Yesterday was looking good from that wick. Real close to that low. Yesterday's low. I think this is an important level. If we like wick this and then drop again, then we're gonna probably, if we reject from here, we'll probably go down to previous day low. We close above it, then I can see it's kind of maybe consolidating, then going back up to here. Someone wrote, I broke my computer, LOL. Richard Baker says there was some bearish challenger report that came in. It's confirming the market outside AI is not what? My NinjaTrader is working fine. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Wow, 212 said he made 11 points off an ES long. Somehow I'm still green on there. That's nice, dude. We're near that previous day low. Is it gonna tickle it? I was really hoping, dudes. I called this as equal lows. I was hoping we'd take them out, then invert this, and I go long. But hey, can't do anything if it doesn't confirm my long setup. Not my fault. It didn't want to wake up. Today's like the first down day. What are we down right now? Probably like 1.5, 1.66%. That was a good guess. See chat, what you guys up to chat? Someone said, let me ask AI what I should do. I don't know if that's a good idea. AI is just gonna repeat whatever you tell it to do. Like, it's a people pleaser. So you have to make sure you know what you're asking it. Richard truncated something. Is not what. Yeah, Tanya, you had your thesis, it didn't materialize. You kept to your plan. Yeah, I kept to my plan. What are we gonna do? We didn't expect market to collapse like this. Well, it's not collapsing. I didn't expect it to be a down day. AMD is now down 7.6%. Tesla's down 3.6. Apple's still green, which is funny. Nvidia is down 2.4%. Nvidia, very interesting. Did it take out previous weekly low now? It's really close to its previous weekly low. Maybe that's what we need. A little sell-off. Hmm.
Hey, Tanya, good morning.
Hey, Stowe.
What's up? How you doing?
I'm good. Let me just open to see you. Where'd you at? Where you at?
Nothing to see.
Oh,
I'm
there
just
you
over. I'm
are.
just over here. I'm just over here.
How you like my jacket?
Sick. They gave us so much cool stuff. Um, I wear that. I wear that thin hoodie a lot. I feel extremely cozy in that. But
Oh
I got
yeah.
I got office. I got my Fred Rogers sweater rocking today. It's cold. It's freezing here. How you doing up there? You guys cold yet? Or
Yeah, it's cold now. I think it's 40s. Yeah, 51. It's windy. That's what's crazy. It's really windy recently. Like wind gusts up to 30 miles an hour, making the temperature feel like 37. Wow.
yes, yes. Well, I feel like I haven't seen you in 1,000 years. Because they took our Mondays away from us where we used to hang out for a
Oh,
second. And that was a tournament day or whatever.
yeah. I think this Monday we'll be back on, right?
Sick. Cool. Yep. That should be good.
Check.
How'd you trade today?
Let's
Anything cool
see.
happen? This
Yeah,
thing
Monday. This Monday will be me and Jade Cap. Woohoo.
oh
Uh,
cool.
Dude, I was like, literally everyone was also bullish today. I was bullish. I tried to long all the way up here, and then I got stopped out. Like I literally entered here and got stopped out 1 minute later. And
Yep.
I'm happy for that. Rip off the bandage. Um, I noted that didn't want to long this, so I'm happy with that. But I didn't flip short, but hopefully I kept some people safe there. We had equal lows here. And then I was like, all right, maybe like we're gonna take this and inversion. Like just like no, none of my long setups were formed after that. Like I was like, oh, I'll
Yeah.
still look for a long here. We just keep dropping like crazy. So I did the thing where you like where you what you do, where I was like, I'm just gonna focus on longs. I think today could be an inside day, which by the way, we still are. We didn't hit previous day low yet.
Yep.
So I was like, oh, can be kind of rangy, so I'll just focus on longs and the longs just never didn't show up for me. And that's that. That's all I could do. What about you? Did you end up taking any shorts?
Yeah, I did magically.
Nice.
But don't worry, I took plenty of longs first. Um, yeah, same thought. I was just looking to, I don't know, this weird thing, whatever happened at 8:37, really pissed somebody off. Once we lost this London 30-second OR, I mean, the selling got extremely violent below that. But I did manage to catch a long,
8:37, or it's like
like in the
Eastern?
morning, not the price. Sorry.
Like yeah, like Eastern time.
Yeah. I don't know what it's this candle. Whatever happened here, this
Mm.
this changed a ton of stuff. Coming into that, I mean, it was actually tricky because I checked this and then I went, I took the kid to the bus stop and then I went for a run and then I came back and I was like, oh wait, what the hell happened to my what the hell happened to my bullish day? So I was planning to just, retrace back up here. And buyers were happy early in the morning, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah, no, got smoked. I did catch a long down here when NQ got like the NQ 420 guy tried to save the world. And so I got in
Oh,
here.
what's that? That's like a level you probably have marked out.
Yeah, every 420 I look at it, as stupid as it is.
It worked out,
it,
dude.
it did. Um yeah, and then and then I was done. I was just done with this account, got to my profit target. I'm in a bit of a wiggly drawdown the last couple weeks. It's not bad, but I'm churning. I'm kind of treading water right now. It's
Mhm.
not feeling great about my process, so I'm trying to hit a price target and just be done for the day. Try to bank some wins, get
Yeah,
some mental capital saved up.
honestly, it makes sense. Like yesterday, I traded the entire day basically, and afterwards, I'm happy if like the morning was meh. I tried to scalp, and then I learned I'm a terrible scalper. So the afternoon, I
That's not true.
thankfully redeemed myself. And then had a great afternoon. And then after that session was over, I was like talking to myself, just like just so tired.
Yeah.
Like, oh
No.
my goodness. Like
Yep.
I felt like a little crazy after yesterday. It's like, ooh, it's just like literally just la la la.
No, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, it feels like your head's in a blender if you trade the entire day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I felt like that at the end of the day too. I got to go like sit on my couch in silence with my cool blanket for like 30 minutes after. And
No, me too. Yeah.
Yep.
No, exactly. And that's where I have to get it more on top of that. I do like to lay down on the couch just for 10 minutes, close my eyes, just like have zero stimulation. Because, right, just if you spent hours just watching candles print back and forth, you're overstimulated. And like, I just have be in a quiet place in a dark room or something is good.
Yep.
But I played the crossword instead. So I didn't, and that showed the rest of the day. I was just like, my mind was still in the blender. Yeah.
Did you see what they've done to our element beverage? They've turned it into a 12-ounce thing with half of the sodium and half the potassium and all the things. They changed the formula. I hate it. Look at this tiny
The
can.
powder thing? Or
No, but like the
the
soda can
soda?
itself. Yeah.
No, wait, what? It looks way different now.
Yeah. So the pounder is gone. They added this lemonade flavor, which is good. So I'm happy about this.
I
But
like the lemonade flavor. I'm drinking the salty one. Yeah.
nice. But yeah, it's got half the stuff. So now I got to drink two of these things. So they figured out how to get like $8 out of me instead of 4 a day.
Dude, I buy the powder and then those cans are like for a special treat for me. Like if I have
Okay.
a good
Okay.
day and like a good workout, then yeah, that's like the carbonated ones, right? I just
Yeah.
drink
Yeah.
full. Yeah, I'll just add it to water. But damn, if they changed, no, I want to be salty.
That's what I'm saying. I
Much
like
salt.
the I like the
Mm.
pounder, and now they got me into 12 ounces. It's like those tiny Corona cans. You know what I mean? It's
Oh,
that
it's
shape.
small.
Yeah, it's like Red Bull shape.
Mm. Mm-mm.
Man, they did not fill this gap. They left like 3 points down there. This is gonna drive me crazy if they don't fill that thing.
What's the gap?
It's like two. I mean, it's 287, and they got to 290. Might have to call that
Yeah,
filled.
like oh, okay, got you. Yeah, we have previous day lows at 282. Um, I wonder if maybe Nasdaq will hit it. What does chat think? Will we hit previous day low?
I assume that's what they were trying to get
They're
to.
trying to get there, but it doesn't seem like it has the enough juice right now.
Yeah.
It might come back into like the 400 level and then drop from there if we can't invert here.
We got well, I think
I'm
Trump
sure
is
you have a
speaking.
massive gap here, right? Let's
And
see.
just a little baby guy
400s.
now.
386 to like 420. Is that a gap on your volume profile? I'm just wondering.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Here, let me get to NQ.
Yeah.
Yeah, this big red guy. Yep.
All right, cool.
Yeah,
That's
it needs to close. This won't be a single print until 11:30. So if they can get back to IB and trade this price again in this half-hour segment, then this won't be a confirmed single print. It just shows me it shows me the single print attempt, the developing single print, and then but yeah, it looks like they're still trying.
That's like a 30-minute candle.
Yeah, yeah. So they're almost the same thing. There's a slight difference. I'm not sure what it is, but a 30-minute FVG is pretty much the same thing as a 30-minute single print.
All right, cool.
With a few exceptions.
All right. I'm glad that. Oh, how's it going with you and like T-Trades?
He's dead to me.
His strategy?
I'm just kidding.
No.
No, you missed it. In Naples, we went to the bar and Nick was short and I was long. And T was there. He was running through his candles. He's like, yeah, Stowe's screwed. Nick, hold on to these runners. And
He's like that.
He
and
was
it's funny, he'll just say it in like such a matter-of-fact way.
Yep. He wasn't wrong.
You were trading on Friday, right? I mean,
Yeah.
Saturday.
Yep.
Actually, right?
Yeah. No, I think this was Thursday when everybody got there. We were just hanging out for lunch after we streamed.
Okay.
You might not have been in town yet.
No, I got there on Thursday, yeah. Yeah, because like New York has direct connections. So I got there on the same day.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I think that's very convenient. I got there in like 2 hours. I think other people did not have the same convenience.
No. I mean, even I had a worse flight than that. It's hard to get from Pittsburgh to anywhere directly though. I just have to go to Charlotte every time. That's my spot. I don't know why it is, but they're like, yeah, well, got to go to Charlotte first. So I've gotten to know that airport pretty well. So that's something.
That's like the headquarters, like the base for, I think, American Airlines.
Oh, okay. Well, that's why I always fly American.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it seems like we've been kind of going back and forth now for the last since 10:39, since 10:40, pretty much for the past 30 minutes. We've been in a 70-point range.
Yep.
It's an 80-point range. So
it would be sick if they make this low and get out of here. That would make me happy, but I don't know if that's going to happen today.
I think that would be cool. I was looking forward to some sort of reversal to long, and that just never transpired. So GG's to the people that were trying longs today. I mean, hey, you gave it your best shot. The longs just could not last in today. Just the first day, I think we had like sustained downside for over an hour, you know?
Yeah. It was violent too. It was pissed.
Yeah, no, I kept like asking, like, hey, is there any news that just came out? I was like looking at the headlines and like I just didn't see anything. And
Me neither.
a girl said that there was nothing, and I'm like, oh, okay. And then this is really wild. It's not your typical day.
Yep.
So yeah, I'm gonna head out.
Okay.
Good luck and good trading.
Thanks, Tanya. Good to see you. See you next week.
Ciao.
Good morning. Good morning, chat. Why market down move? Great question. Asking the tough questions right out the gate. Why is the market down? Well, there were more sellers than buyers on this day. That's all I got for you. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Drunk Radish. What's up, buddy? Good morning, Cooper. Hey, Omni. John Boy, good morning. Good morning. Flash Golden. I like that. That's a fun name. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Heats 007. Good morning. Good morning. Hey, Nick. What's up, homie? Dude, Nick, you got a hole for that gap close, baby. I don't know if they're going to close it. They're going to leave this you're going to leave these 3 points down here. Oh, it's going to drive me crazy if they do. I don't know what's going to happen, but it's going to be annoying. Yeah, Nick, 420 guy tried to save the world for a second, and it didn't happen. Poor guy. I feel for him. Somebody asked me a question before all these good mornings piled in here. Let me scroll back. Jacob, what's up, buddy? Jacob says, still, I have a question about trading prop accounts with intraday trailing drawdown. Is there a change of size or trailing stops you implement to help until you reach the buffer? I don't trade any prop accounts with an intraday trailing drawdown. I think that is possibly the most maniacal invention of all time. We did an interview with Kane about lots of stuff last night, and he talked about that too. Yeah, Jacob, I don't have anything for you. I think that in the prop world, there are so many good options without an intraday trailing drawdown that you shouldn't need to worry about that. You can trade with a ton of reputable places that have good reputations that don't have an intraday trailing drawdown. An intraday trailing drawdown was invented by a true psychopath is my only explanation for that thing, because it is the most evil invention in all of trading. It does not reflect reality at all. It actually punishes good trading behavior. So that's my little speech about that. So my advice, just don't do it, man. Don't do it, because you don't need to. Anyways, straight into the rant. Booyah. Leaking blob. Yes, I have had some trades today. We will go over them in a moment. Just give everybody a chance to get in here and say good morning. You know what I mean? Come on in. Oh yeah, Anthony. I've used Pax's 30-second opening range thing. I don't have it on here. Actually, I put it on here and then it got kicked off when I had to redo my book. But I have the 30-second opening range on. You know, I always have. So I just math out. I've always used the 30-second opening range, not specifically the same way that Pax does, but I mean close. It's a pivot. But his idea about the extensions is cool, and I have, I've started to take note of those things too. So, but I just do the math. So I'll just be like, all right, we opened it. I mean, so if we were leaving the top of, I don't know, the bottom of the 30-second OR is like 68.11. So I'll just subtract 15 and be like, okay. We're probably looking at like, okay, 95-ish first spot, take some profit. And then like you can see kind of resold off of here too. So yeah, but the indicator is cool. You should use it. It's free. Andy, there's lots of prop firms without trailing drawdowns. Lucid Trading is one for sure. You can use them. You can look up a bunch of other people. I know, whatever you want to do. It's a free country, as they say. But just when you go through prop plans, just make sure you're looking for end of day trailing drawdown, and that is the most That's the closest to actual trading simulation that you're going to be able to find. Yeah, see, I mean, chat, you can chime in too if you want. But yeah, there's lots. There's also lots of websites that help you compare prop firms too. So you can just like, there's really no, I mean, the amount of information that exists out there and that can help you find your way in this space is so much different than it was years ago for me. So everybody's got their own preference. So you just got to find yours. Sandy asks, where do I recommend to get started to learn footprints and order flow? As far as order flow, you can go to paintingthetape.net, and we have a ton of free education stuff up on there that we've made and we'll continue to make. I don't know if there's any footprint stuff. The XY's playbook is going to be out on up on the website on Sunday, barring any unforeseen weirdness. I think he probably talks about footprint a bit in there. There's also a very good blog that's free on a website called Trading Riot. There's a very good footprint article on there that I read a very long time ago, and that was very informative for me. So you can probably just do you probably just Google Trading Riot footprint blog, and that will pop up. And it doesn't cost any money, so you can check it out. Lisa, Pax's indicator is on NinjaTrader.com. The producers, can you maybe hit that link? Throw that link in there for Lisa. I think if you go to Pax's Twitter, he's got it linked in his bio also. I think. I might be making that up. I think this is going to 67.50. I think they're going to get down here. I think they're going to fill this. They're going to fill this little 3-point remainder gap. A lot of weird liquidity games on ES today. A bunch of big dudes getting filled for sells. Oh, that's true, McNazzy. Yes. Someone made Pax's 30-second OR in TradingView for free as well. You can go through Pax's tweets and find that. He did tweet that. So there you go. Thank you, folks. Thank you, Sav. I assume it's Sav. Just kind of playing this waiting game here with NQ. It's like right here. This is where they need to go. Almost. You still can't do it? Come on, man. Look at this stupid low. Ridiculous. Do not bounce off of this. Criminal. I think ES at least made a decent low there. If it holds. Ridiculous. Oh, hey, I like that level 2, Mr. Josh. Yep, I got 43. I think I got 43.50. So I'm going to front run you a touch if we get to it. Doesn't go easy. That's the problem. I mean, this is why it's very hard to stay short. Okay, here's something I'm not going to do today. This is something that I've noticed that I get stuck in, and this can maybe help you too. I have, ideas, high time frame ideas. A lot of those high time frame ideas are based around like gaps, stuff. So like we have this gap. It's been sitting here for 1,000 years. On Sunday, we came down here and hit this gap and bounced off of it, but it's still open if it doesn't close in RTH, right? So it has 3 points left down here to fill. What I want to do is I want to fill that gap. I want that. My ego wants that. My OCD wants that. I want that gap to be gone so it can leave my screen and disappear. Now, being short into a target sucks for a lot of reasons. Unlike being long into a target, you don't find yourself getting squeezed out of longs. You don't get downside squeezes out of longs because longs are more rewarded than shorts in the market, right? But trying to stay short into a target is more challenging. That's why I'm not as good at it, right? What I want to do right now is I want to press short into this 3 points. How ridiculous is that? But that's what my trader brain is telling me to do. So what I'm not going to do is that, because every time I try to do that, because it's me putting my own expectations into the market, not the actual market. It's not based on, good TA or good order flow reading. It's not based on anything. It's just based on my own dumb brain. So for that reason, I'm not pressing this short into a baby 3 points left of this gap. Why are longs more rewarded comparing to shorts? It's not that they're more rewarded. They just get bailed out a lot more often because the market goes up. It's designed to go up. It's not designed to go down. So when you're short, you're inherently fighting with the norm. Yes, woo, filled it. Let's go. Oh, it's happening. Let's go. I'm not going to buy it or anything, but it does make me feel better that it's gone. Oh, woo. Oh, we can check that one off. Check that one off the TISM calculator. There's still a bunch of dudes at 67.50. I got 67.53 down, or like I said, that 67.43 spot. So yeah. Let's see what it's gonna do. It's kind of slowed right down, like there's news here or something. That's weird. Very weird. Odd. Very, very interesting change in the whole texture of everything. Everything just slowed way down. Huh. Yeah, this is weird. Yeah, go get that 50 guy, please. That would be good. They're definitely selling into this 90. Pretty hardcore. That's so weird. There you go. A splash. Okay, we got 50. Still pressing. Okay. Think I pick the speed back up now, or there's also the London close. A bunch of resting liquidity. There's nobody down there at the 40s. This is also, okay, here's actually a really good example of why I use volume-based candles. Like, did you see them all slow down? Like out of nowhere? So so we were all in a vibe. It was vibing. Speed was vibing. Everything was vibing. And then all of a sudden, the vibe changed. Did you feel it? I mean, it doesn't mean it's going to bounce from here or anything, but definitely means something happened. Yeah, I'm going to chill and watch this. We'll see what this London close wants to do. $285 was the gap. Excuse me. Okay. 2 minutes to the close. I don't really see anybody doing anything different. I mean, we're back above the 50 guy. We lifted a ton of offer there. We kind of rejected 55 though. This double distribution on NQ is a lot nicer than what ES has going on at the moment. ES is kind of building a tail down here, but not getting out of it. Yeah, we'll need the 300 sellers to back off. So I'm watching here. So this is passive dude. So they're trying to bid out of this, and they're lifting this offer here. So they need to get through, I guess, 305 and keep lifting. Okay. I mean, they got a ways to go to get out of here. But that filled the gap. What's ES doing? Still, no, okay. Bid. Okay, so this is an extremely bearish day, right? Violent moves down. And we have built volume down here, right? So when that happens, the context can change for sure. So let's not rule it out. It's not out of the realm of possibility. But we need to see like more than just a bounce. Because a bounce, that doesn't mean anything to me on a day that's been this violent down. I need to see, we need to get out of the +1, which is sitting at 341. We need to stay above this. We need to stay above these buyers here. Keep them rewarded. Otherwise, this was just a squeeze off the gap fill. Also, London closed. So, you know, it could have just been, you know, they just come in, cover. Yeah, it's still looking like it's selling. We'll come back. Okay, test the 310. There's buyer there still. Okay. Okay. Maybe. I mean, you don't want to hope for a Christmas miracle, but it could be setting up. But we got a long way to go. Long way to go. How big of a day is this? Holy Moses. Okay, so we got 408 points on NQ. We got 72 down. Okay, on ES. Those are pretty big moves. There's going to be, there's a seller. He's definitely stepping back in now. Keep looking. Yeah, just passive guy here again, too. These 20s. Yeah, no, it's no good. Not yet, anyway. Still. No, I'm not doing anything, Shep. Nope. Certainly not. I don't. Yeah, I mean, it bounced. It filled the gap and bounced. So we got that. We have that context in our minds. But that's not a time for me to put a trade on. I need more. I need more than that. I need to get out of this -1. I need to see like a sustainable bid show up. So like above this for sure. So this we're gonna do rotation stuff to get out of this. It's gonna look like good price action. Right now, what it looks like it did is it just squeezed off of a gap fill. A bunch of robots filled the gap and they're like, all right, cover. Let's get out of there. And then we went up here and we found this seller that has been just parked here. And that's what's happening for now. So this dude's still up here selling. If this low holds, that's good. It means we're going to rotate out of this. But again, we need to see a higher high. Otherwise, this thing is just like, it's just pointing. Everything is pointing straight down. So for those reasons, hands off at the moment. ES is just kind of putzing around here. Let me see if there is anybody 43. Anybody down there? No. No weird, no big liquidity parked anywhere on ES. So that has at least stopped happening. So that's good because that was annoying. Okay, just filled a dude at 300 there. So you see what happens when we get back to a price in that. So the other side of that auction happened at 300 there. So yeah, the seller is still selling. This guy is so mad now. Yeah, he's even madder that he got squeezed off. Yeah. Ugly. Ugly business. Oh, we fell off the screen. Yeah. So let's go back over that again. Filled the gap. Buyers showed up. Was not real. The other important thing about this, when I say like buyers showed up, sellers, whatever, the thing about market orders is they're not just for people entering positions. They're also for people exiting positions. So like there's a market order. So imagine you're short all the way down into this gap fill. Imagine that you've got 50 lots. You're a bank. You're short down into this gap fill. When you get to the gap fill and you exit those positions, those are going to cross the spread and hit the offer, because if you buy to close something, you are exiting, right? So you're buying something even though you're getting back to a position of zero. So when a bunch of people cover at a price, it makes the market go up because these are bids. And I mean, this is going to be diabolical if they got, oh, they didn't quite get to 43. Evil. But so that's why it's important to wait for actual context shifts as opposed to just reversals. And that's also why I made these VWAP rules, you know, that's important. So yeah. Another sapien says capitulation low. No, no, I don't think that was capitulation. I've never seen what I've been showed as proper capitulation, but like that's just a word people throw around. There's no need to say that word out loud. I mean, there's still a bunch of people getting filled down here and a bunch of people selling. So no, this is just a trend down day. Look at the whole thing. There you go. For now, this is a trend down day. Opening drive down, retest. This seller here at, I don't know, 670, whatever, got super mad. We spent all this time outside of the -2. Like, this is aggressive selling. Then here we are, 420 guy tries to save the universe. He saves it all the way back to RTH VWAP, and then we puke back down. So this is liquidation. Then market auctions around a little bit, and then another liquidation, and then market auctioned around a little bit, build this node, and another liquidation. So I don't think that's a capitulation low. Actually, I don't want to say that word. But yeah, I don't know. It's not, it could be a good low, but I can't buy it down here. It would be ridiculous. Heat says, do you want a short or long from here? No, I'm not. Yeah, no, neither. This is not a good place for me to initiate at all. Let's look at the big guy. We'll get the big chart going. All right. Let's switch to NQ. Okay. Let's look at this. Oh, nice. Yeah, we did finally make it to the previous month VWAP right here. That's cool. Yeah, just to give you an idea, we are still way up there from where we were in September. I mean, look at this. We're down here at 23,300. Like, so as the emotions of a down day get processed and everybody gets in their feelings about the world ending and this is a bubble and blah, blah, blah. Just keep in mind, we also traded here like 3 weeks ago. So this is not that weird. Markets go down, markets go up. It's an auction. It's going to be okay. IBL stands for initial balance low. And the initial balance is the first 1 hour session. So let me get back to that. All right. So here is the IB high. You can't see it because it also says opening range high. IB high, IB low. This range is the first hour of trading. Guys, a lot of you are trying to catch this low. I'm not saying that it's not going to exist, but like, just don't. There's no reason to plug into this until you see price action move off of it. Like this, someone is buying this, but someone is selling this right here, like a bajillion lots going down here at 250. This is also the previous month VWAP, and it could bounce here for sure, or it could keep going down. So just wait, man. You don't have to grab the knife. You can get if this rotates up, makes a higher high above this, we can start to talk about it. And I'll put a VWAP on it and we can have a conversation. But look at all these lows. They tried to hold this all these times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And all these buyers, toast. Thankfully, I wasn't one of them today. All right, cool. Look at it go. This is what we're talking about when we talk about delta and that you need to see the market reaction. This is a huge buyer for NQ. This is a very large passive bid right here at 250. What happens after that dude gets filled? Nobody knows, because there is no way to understand somebody else's positioning because you're not that person. So you don't know what these bids are doing, what this resting bid is up to, or how many sellers there are, and if there are more sellers than buyers. So there were more sellers than buyers there. So we got through that passive bid and price went further down. So anybody trying to lean on 250, they just got knocked down to 220. And I assume that nobody's using a 40-point stop loss. So that was not a good place to initiate. But now we've got somebody showing up. And if we make a higher high here, we can put a VWAP here and we can go back to our daily context and see if there's a good spot to make a trade. But yeah, don't catch the knife. I can't believe I'm saying this. Don't catch the knife. You guys all turned into degen buyers. Normally my chat's filled with bears all times. Tell me I'm an idiot. We're buying every high. What a weird what a weird dichotomy. Did they change my chat? Did we switch? Did you swap my chat with Canes or something? Where are my normal people? Yes, how the turntables turned. I didn't switch, man. I just can't buy this right here. I wanted to buy it. I wanted this. Okay, this is what I was going to do. We filled the gap, found a buyer, rotated back down. And what we needed to do was get back up here. But this was not a real buyer. I mean, I'm sure they were real, but I don't mean that buyers are fictional in any way, but you know what I mean. Now we're stuck down here under this guy. So yeah. Oh, sure. No problem, Atlantic. I'm just here chilling till noon. And I'll be back this afternoon too. Thank you, Shreddy. I'm glad. All right. I can't buy it yet, man. I can't. I mean, we're like, I don't know. Let me switch back to yes. Also, if it's like, you remember, I've said this many times about usually what people say on the internet is a reflection of what they would like to say to themselves. When I say over and over again, I can't buy this yet, it's just to make sure that I don't, just so you know. So this is my inner monologue saying, don't. This is why you shouldn't. Please don't. Look at all this sell that's been rewarded right here on ES. Yikes. Hey, Flight here. Good morning, brother. Now, Flight here is somebody I will not have to talk out of buying this thing. RMS says this could get really nasty. I mean, anything could happen. Again, these are prices that were traded 3 weeks ago. It's not the end of the world. Also, you know, you don't have to trade it. You can just wait for this to be your day type. If this is not your day type, like, don't force it. Yeah, and I see now we're jammed below 43. So there's still like, it's impressive, honestly. It's this passive offer, like following it down for here now. Look at that. Ugh. Left this. This is really good breakdown stuff. Okay, let's look at this. All right, so big liquidation. I caught all of none of this, by the way. If anything, I probably got lucky that I hit my price target right here and was like, okay, I'm done. Okay, so big liquidation on VWAP. And then we based, it's a little clearer on ES here, but we built this volume. This is how you can, you know, use a volume profile. This delta's reset since then, but you know, you can look at this. This is building volume. And this is what we talk about when we say auction market theory, right? Like the market is an auction. A bunch of sellers decided that the market was too expensive up here at, what did it get to? 6,800. So it got to 6,800 and a bunch of people said, this is way too expensive. And a bunch of buyers were not able to back up their claim that this was not too expensive. So sellers won and we liquidated, good God, 35 points, right? And then the market got to another place where it had a conversation. Buyers were like, hey, maybe this is a good price now. How do you feel about this? And sellers were like, maybe. Not too bad. Good price. Good price. Everybody's happy here. So we sit here in a 10-point range. Buyers and sellers have a conversation. And again, sellers are like, nope, still too expensive. Sellers take it down. So now we have this next stare down of all of these bids, all of these lows are here. And you see, like once it washed out, it went back inside and then broke back down again. So these are all little microstructure things that this is how I watch the market all day, and this is what you look for. And then I use the delta volume profile to identify, where where sellers and buyers are showing up. So right now we lifted a bunch of offers here. So this is somebody trying to bid out of this. Yeah, maybe they will finally get out of it. Maybe. I mean, they got a ways to go. $11.51. But I wouldn't, I wouldn't count on this being, a reversal until it shows signs that the context is changing. Does that make any sense? I hope that makes sense. Yeah, Fly here says 280. Yeah, same. So this is a great, awesome point, bro. And thanks for being in here and, contributing. I really do appreciate you. I don't know if I've told you that lately, but I just want to make sure you know that. So same theory here. This is a conversation that sellers won ultimately. And now they're having a new conversation down here. So what Fly here, I think, is saying is they need to see this conversation down here won by buyers to get into this long. Jim.
Stowe.
What's up, brother? How are
man?
you?
Pretty good, man. Can't complain.
Good. Let me turn my Zoom on so I can see what you're up to.
I've got my terrible towel. I'm ready for you this afternoon. You're coming back this afternoon with Leo, right?
Yes, sir. You know
Nice.
it. Double Stowe Thursday. Like it or not.
We got to definitely talk to the marketing people about that. Stowe squared.
Stowe squared. I think, if we reject this 80, it's just going to keep dying all day.
Oh, wait till you see my edge report. You're gonna go to the bomb shelter, man.
Okay, cool.
I mean, sorry to say it.
Did the Ponzi get uncovered today, and everybody realized that AI is not actually as powerful as people thought it was?
I don't know about that. I think that I don't know about that. I don't know. Bitcoin's getting killed. Bonds are rallying like crazy. The long end's up a handle, which no one expected.
Whoa. Okay.
Gold is hovering south of 4,000. All the metals are down. Yeah, there's some doom and gloom out there, man.
I thought it was pretty weird that OpenAI asked for government backing. I feel like that was a pretty big canary, and I don't care about any of this macro stuff, but that definitely made me go, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, but how much of that? I mean, if you go back in history, the automakers did the same thing. The airlines did the same thing. Industries over the many decades always go for bailouts or backups. But this one was just a little bit more conspicuous because this is the spotlight story of the year.
Okay, fair enough.
But still, though, I hear you, man. It was not. It did not make a lot of people warm and fuzzy. That's for sure.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if the government, if they're bailouts, you might as well ask for them, right? Can't hurt.
Yeah. Can't hurt. I know. I'm still befuddled. I mean, I use ChatGPT for spell checking. That's the extent of my skill. Every time I ask them some kind of, to get data on an economic trend or something like that, it's wrong half the time.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm not very good at using it. Yeah, we rejected that 280.
There we
Oh
go.
boy, this seller is so mad. What time is it?
Um,
11:55.
It's funny, Mike Burke. I will do that, Mike Burke. I'm going to do something for Mike Burke. Oh man. Anyway, all right. Well, listen, I'll see you this afternoon. Are you on tomorrow or no?
I don't think so. I think I'm off
Okay.
Friday.
Okay. All right. So actually, I won't see you this afternoon. I'll see you. Shai's going to do all the dirty work this afternoon. So I'll see you
Okay.
on next week. So you have a great weekend, man.
All right, brother. You too. I'll see you soon.
All right.
All
All
right.
right.
Thank you, chat. See you in a bit.
All right. Let's launch into it. All right. This is E-mini S&P. Now, I have a 30-minute chart. So remember, my point of view, my chart's going to look different than Stowe's. It's going to look different than Tanya's. It's going to look different than everybody's because I'm doing 30-minute candles, kind of a big picture view here. But this is interesting. I mean, literally, when the right before the bell rang, initial balance started. We kind of sold back off to the point of what was the point of control, right? And that used to, before the bell rang, it was 68.14. And then, look what happened. Boom, big sell off, a pause. Initial balance is over. Another huge sell-off, probably on Goolsby or some others folks speaking, and there's going to be a lot more of that going on. Pause, another sell-off. This is looking one of these days. It's going to be a down day. It's going to be a trend down day. Again, it's what it's looking like. I could be wrong, but look at that VWAP. It's just about vertical. Look at the VWAP first and standard deviation bands, just about vertical. So if I come down, I'm like, all right, where is this going to stop? Or what's the potential target, I should say? If this continues, we have that put support level at 6,700 in S2. It's not unreasonable to get there today. So don't think it can't go any lower. I mean, on the day, we're down 85. We've been down triple digits before as well. So that's going to be my target right now until some narrative changes. And again, I don't know what kind of news is coming up. I think the president might be speaking. But remember, what could possibly be good news to help turn this thing around? Right now, I think the bigger narrative here, and I'm going to show this really quickly. This is the Fed funds tool, and this is saying, hey, there's only a 28.9% chance that we're going to be at the same Fed funds rate. And I like to look at this backward. And then go down to January. There's only an 18.7% chance that we're going to be at the same Fed funds rate as we are today, and then so on and so forth. It kind of tapers down to 1%. So what does that mean? You just go to the next column. 71% chance of will be between 350 and 375, 56 between 350 and 75, 42.2 between 350 and 75. So this is definitely telling us the market is anticipating way less cuts in the future than originally, at least, I don't know, a month ago, than we thought a month ago. So that's part of this as well. That might be the main part of this instead of AI. So interest rates are everything. This thing is crashing. Let's go to the Treasury bonds. This is another market that really is a good tell. I'm going to go to a daily chart first. We have an equal and opposite going on so far. Yesterday, huge sell-off in bonds. Say big rally. And if this daily candle ends the way it is, it's almost a perfect equal and opposite. In other words, the bodies of the candle are the same size, and they're big candles, and one of them's red, one of them's green. That is actually a bullish sign for tomorrow. But we can close anywhere. I'm not saying we're done yet, but we're bumping up against that 80 MA, and then the 21 is next, and then we have some targets above as well. Intraday, again, we have that high vol target and that 0 DTE high vol target at 117.16. And then above that, we have previous session's highs, 117.28, and then above that, Jack's 3 at 118. So again, look at this. This buying frenzy started at the 8 candle, and it has not let up. So sellers are not involved. Although there's a point of control that's established that's fairly prominent at 117.08. Should we get a pullback down? That could be a good target. Remember, this is a $31.25 tick. It's a big contract. It's a big tick size per contract. Keep that in mind if you're trading it. Be careful. Let's go to the Bitcoin real quick. I know we're out of time, but hang on a second. Give me a couple seconds here. Bitcoin's doing the opposite, equal and opposite, right? Big green candle yesterday, big red candle today. This is super bearish. We got that area support here. Every time we get into it, we do have buyers. We do have buyers. We'll see if it holds. I mean, if it chips away at that floor enough times, it's going to break through. Right now, we have S1 as a target at almost at 100,500, and then that push support level at 100,000. Those are going to be big targets should this thing still sell off. Previous session's low, 992.70. So a lot of targets on the downside for the Bitcoin for the rest of the today. That is this morning's Edge Report. We'll be back 2:30 East Coast time. We have Leo the Big Cat in Stowe going to be trading the close. Shai's going to be here with her news and hot commodities report. And I will not be. So I will see you guys Friday morning, tomorrow morning, bright and early, 8 a.m. Member Pax is going to be here for Capital Preservation Friday. It's going to be awesome. In the meantime, enjoy your lunch, relax. Hopefully, we'll see you this afternoon. Thank you for being here.